Welcome to my channel, guys. If you're looking for an amazing novel, visit my Patreon page. Your support will help turn this story into an exciting audiobook. Join me on this journey. Marvel. The Gene Collector. Chapter 1. Nazi Concentration Camp. In the dimly lit and damp prison, a dozen young souls were huddled together, their faces etched with a profound sense of sadness, despair, and the ever-looming fear of death. The prison was engulfed in an eerie silence, disturbed only by the distant cacophony of artillery fire and the deafening bursts of machine guns. The sky above was a chaotic canvas, where various fighter planes and bombers tore through the air, their engines roaring as they waged war. Each passing second bore witness to the relentless carnage of the Second World War, aptly dubbed the meat grinder of war. Lives were extinguished, limbs torn asunder, and blood stained the earth beneath their feet. In one forlorn corner of the prison, a young man leaned lifelessly against the wall, resembling someone in a deep slumber. However, in reality, he had already met his demise. It was a late hour, and most of the prison's inhabitants were lost in the embrace of sleep, oblivious to the presence of the lifeless figure among them. Then, in a startling turn of events, the young man's once stiff body stirred, and he awoke. Confusion clouded his eyes as he surveyed his dark and humid surroundings. Hadn't he been sleeping in the comfort of his dormitory bed? How had he ended up here, in this dire place? As he examined his shrunken, trembling hands, a single thought raced through his mind. He had transmigrated to another time and place. But why did this scene feel so hauntingly familiar? Raising his gaze, he spotted another young man seated by a small window, gazing up at the stars. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the uncanny resemblance this boy bore to a figure from his childhood, Magneto. Could it be that he had somehow landed in a Nazi concentration camp? With unease gnawing at his soul, the young man approached the boy by the window and inquired, "What's your name?" The boy turned to him and replied, "My name is Eric. How about you?" An ashen pallor overtook the young man's face as he hesitated briefly before answering, "My name is Alex." Implantation completed. A soft voice echoed in Alex's ear, sending shivers down his spine. "Eric, did you hear that?" Alex asked, his voice quivering. Eric shook his head, his attention still fixated on the starry sky beyond the window. He seemed to yearn for the freedom those distant stars represented. Frail and unassuming, this version of Magneto had yet to discover his true potential. He remained a young man, enveloped in sorrow and dread, yearning for a taste of liberty. The gene collection system is activated. The host can collect any gene, and this system can enhance and bestow it upon the host. The voice in Alex's head continued. Alex was momentarily taken aback. Gene collection? He glanced at Eric, the Magneto of the future. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Success would bring untold advantages, while failure held little consequence. "Are you afraid?" Alex inquired once more. Eric turned to look at Alex, a moment of hesitation in his eyes. Then, he lowered his head, clutching his knees, and confessed, Yes, I'm scared. They've killed so many people. So many. They separated me from my mother, and I have no idea where she's being held or if they'll harm her. I'm terrified." Eric's frail frame quivered, tears welling up in his eyes, and falling to the cold, unforgiving ground. "Don't be afraid. We will survive. We must survive." Alex reached out, gently patting Eric on the shoulder. Then, he discreetly plucked a strand of hair from Eric's head, placing it into the system's resource library. This was the genetic sample. Lost in his grief, Eric remained oblivious to Alex's subtle actions. "Can we survive?" Eric lifted his head, a glimmer of hope flickering in his despairing eyes. Even if it was but a comforting lie, in this bleak world, it was a glimmer of hope worth clinging to. "Without a doubt, we will survive." Alex smiled. He now possessed Magneto's genetic samples, and with the strengthened abilities, surviving the onslaught of World War II's horrors would become a feasible feat. Gene sample successfully adopted. Analysis complete. Magnetic controllability strengthened. "Do you wish to integrate?" "Integration," Alex declared, his choice resolute. Awakening was the only path to survival in the crucible of World War II. Anything less was a death sentence. A thunderous roar resounded within his mind as a torrent of searing heat surged through his body. Every cell quivered, breaking and reforming in an endless cycle. Sweat poured like molten beads from his brow, leaving his clothes drenched in a faint sheen of blood. "What's happening to you?" Eric exclaimed, alarmed by Alex's sudden perspiration, which seemed tainted with blood. With a twitch of his lips, Alex slowly exhaled, feeling a rebirth coursing through him. "I'm fine," he assured Eric. "In fact, I've awakened." End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Magneto is born. "Eric, I'm awakening." With a mysterious smile on his face, Alex turned to Eric, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Awakening? What do you mean?" Eric asked, his confusion evident. "Watch," Alex replied, knowing words alone wouldn't suffice. He extended a finger and lightly hooked it onto the small window's thick iron bar. To Eric's astonishment, the iron bar bent as if it were made of soft clay. What kind of power is this?" Eric stammered, his face a mix of shock and curiosity. "It's the power that comes after awakening," Alex explained with a hint of playfulness. "Do you know why I reached out to you? Because you and I are the same. I sense a great power dormant within you. It seems that my awakening is somehow connected to you. It's related to me? I possess this power too." Eric's eyes sparkled with hope, and he spoke with an urgency born from the desire for freedom. "What should I do? With this power, we can escape. We can survive. Can you help me?" Eric's eyes burned with determination and the longing for freedom, for imprisonment in a Nazi concentration camp was a grim death sentence. "That power is yours alone," Alex replied earnestly. "You have to awaken it yourself, perhaps through intense emotions like sorrow, pain, or fear. Everyone's awakening is unique, Eric. Your strength can only be awakened by you." As the night passed, dawn broke, accompanied by torrential rain, flashes of lightning, and rolling thunder that roused the teenage prisoners from their restless slumber. "Get up! Get up!" Rough shouts from armed soldiers pierced through the rain, sending shivers down the prisoners' spines. They were ordered to vacate the prison cells and proceed forward. In the distance loomed a massive building, shrouded in darkness, devoid of windows except for a solitary door leading inside. Alex's face grew paler as he recognized the place. The gas chamber. It was one of the most dreaded locations within the Nazi concentration camps, second only to the crematoriums where the remains of countless victims were reduced to ashes. "Alex, they say people go in there every day, but no one ever comes out," Eric whispered, his face drained of color. "The gas chamber," Alex acknowledged with a heavy sigh. The gas chambers in Nazi concentration camps were places of unspeakable horror. "Gas chamber," Eric repeated, trembling with fear. He knew all too well the reputation of this place and clutched Alex's arm, seeking reassurance. "Alex, what do we do?" "Don't worry. We will survive," Alex asserted with unwavering confidence. He had just crossed over into this world. He couldn't meet his end here. Eric nodded, his anxiety slightly assuaged by Alex's words. Then, amidst the crowd of prisoners being herded toward the gas chamber, Eric spotted someone, a familiar face. His mother. "Mom! No, Mom!" Eric cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He grasped Alex's arm desperately. "Alex, please save her. Save her, please." "Eric, my power is still weak. I can only protect the two of us as we escape. If my abilities are revealed prematurely, it won't just be your mother. You and I will also face death," Alex explained, remorse tainting his voice. Eric clung to Alex like a lifeline, his eyes red with despair. "Tell me what to do. You must know, right?" "Eric, unless your power also awakens, it will be difficult," Alex replied gently. "Tell me, how do I awaken it?" "I have to save her," Eric pleaded urgently. "Eric, use your emotions. Let your power roar forth. Are you sad? Angry? Afraid? If so, let it out, awaken your power," Alex coached. Eric's eyes welled with tears as he bellowed in rage. A massive magnetic storm erupted, causing nearby metal objects to quiver and twist violently. Magneto was born. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. Sebastian. A magnetic storm engulfed the entire concentration camp as Magneto unleashed his anger, venting his pent-up frustration, pain, and fear. The soldiers wearing helmets had their headgear twist violently, and the immense force seemed to crush their skulls, causing them to cry out in agony while shielding their heads with their arms. Some soldiers, possessing stronger willpower, attempted to raise their weapons, but Magneto's fury was all-consuming, and he remained oblivious to their actions. Alex, on the other hand, had been vigilantly observing their surroundings. Upon noticing the soldiers' attempts to retaliate, he raised his hands, manipulating their guns with his magnetic force, rendering them useless and contorted. "Eric, go rescue your mother. Let's get out of here," Alex urged, patting Eric on the shoulder to snap him out of his rage. "Get out of here? Yes, let's get out," Eric replied, his eyes filled with newfound determination, and he rushed toward his mother. Amid the chaos, fallen soldiers, and fleeing prisoners, Eric's path was obstructed by the frantic crowd, causing his mother to be pushed further away. "Eric, magnetism is an extension of your arm, and metal is your tool. You can make magnetism do anything you wish." Alex's voice rang out. "Anything? Then I want to fly," Eric exclaimed. The iron bars on the windows around him levitated, lifting him into the air. "I'm really flying," Eric cried out in joy as he soared through the air, reaching his mother's side and pulling her along. "Alex, you were right. I've awakened. My power is incredible," Eric rejoiced, landing beside Alex. Alex chuckled, fully aware of the plot unfolding. "Yes, it's an incredible power." Suddenly, a voice echoed behind Eric. A middle-aged man in a meticulously groomed military uniform and a confident demeanor approached, a smile playing on his lips. "The miracle of life, the enigma of evolution. Truly fascinating. The ability to control metal? It's remarkable," the middle-aged man remarked, his eyes gleaming with fiery intensity as he regarded Eric as if he were a priceless treasure. "You!" Eric and his mother took a step back in terror upon recognizing the SS officer, a figure in charge of life and death within the concentration camp. The reputation of the SS was horrifying. I've awakened. I'm not afraid of you," Eric declared, his newfound courage surging as he hurled an iron rod towards the officer with a swift motion. Whoosh! The iron rod cut through the air, faster than a bullet, and struck the middle-aged man's chest with a resounding impact. However, to Eric's astonishment, the officer remained unscathed, not a hair out of place. "The power is commendable, but it holds no meaning in my presence," the middle-aged man remarked with a smile, flicking his clothing nonchalantly. He extended his arm toward Eric, speaking warmly. "I am Sebastian. Don't be afraid, don't be tense. Come with me. I am of your kind. Let's create a future together, a future where there are no inferior races, only noble mutants. Demon. Executioner. I am not one of you." Eric seethed with hatred, for this officer had ordered the execution of many innocent people in the concentration camp. Hatred was the only emotion coursing through his veins. Whoosh! Iron bars hurled toward Sebastian like projectiles, but they merely clung to his body without causing harm. Sebastian possessed the energy absorption and release ability, enabling him to absorb physical and energy attacks as long as they didn't exceed his limit. "Are you fighting against me? Do you despise me?" Sebastian asked, observing Eric's furious countenance. He frowned slightly and continued coldly. "I am of your kind. We are comrades united in purpose. Do you despise me because of them?" Sebastian extended his hand toward Eric's mother and Alex, his eyes betraying a cold intent as he added, "Have these two inferior beings held you back? Very well, I shall help you rid yourself of them." He unleashed a powerful shockwave aimed at Alex and Eric's mother, releasing the kinetic energy that Eric had previously directed at him. Chapter 4. Escape. Sebastian extended his hand, and a powerful shockwave burst forth, hurtling towards Alex and Eric's mother. Sebastian unleashed the kinetic energy that Eric had recently hurled at him. "Stop!" Eric bellowed and clasped his hands together. Numerous metal objects around him responded to his magnetic control, forming a formidable metal shield to intercept the incoming attack. Boom! The violent impact felt like a barrage of cannonballs, shattering the continuous rain curtain, sending debris flying and mud splattering. Eric, struck by this tremendous force, was sent hurtling through the air, eventually crashing to the ground, leaving a long furrow in the muddy earth. Sever your connection with the lower races, and you'll discover your true self. Believe me, this is for your own good. Sebastian cast a cold glance at Eric, raised his palm once more, and aimed it at Alex and Eric's mother. Alex, defeat him. Defeat him. Although Eric was still reeling from the previous shock, his mouth bleeding and body aching, he urgently cried out to Alex upon seeing Sebastian target his mother again. Alex? Who is he? Sebastian momentarily faltered, then smiled and shook his head. He extended his arms, speaking calmly. Here, I am the boss, and no one can defy me. Is that so? I beg to differ. You are just an asshole. Alex sneered, coldly giving Sebastian the middle finger. With a flick of Alex's middle finger, a tank parked by the concentration camp wall instantly twisted and morphed, becoming a solid steel sphere hurtling toward Sebastian. Huh? You possess this kind of power too? Well, isn't that a surprise? Sebastian appeared unfazed by Alex's attack, his attention still fixed on Alex with astonishment. The steel sphere impacted Sebastian, but for him, it merely absorbed some kinetic energy, causing no harm whatsoever. Sebastian had discovered a new mutant, one with abilities akin to Eric's, and this discovery intrigued him greatly. Then, he was ensnared. With a resounding clang, the incoming steel sphere abruptly unfurled like a cocoon, encasing Sebastian within a thick metal shell, leaving only his head exposed. Ah! Sebastian was taken aback, now trapped in this metallic mass. Alex, who was familiar with the storyline, wasn't surprised. He knew precisely what to do next. Can this actually happen? Eric was dumbfounded as he observed the astonishing scene unfolding before him. In an instant, he couldn't help but berate himself for his sheer lack of foresight. Sebastian, greetings. Alex approached the metallic sphere with a cheerful smile on his face. He extended his hand to retrieve a strand of Sebastian's hair, then turned around to help Eric and his mother to their feet. With a casual wave, he bid Sebastian farewell. Farewell, Sebastian. Sebastian could only watch helplessly as the trio made their daring escape from the perilous Nazi concentration camp. Despite his unique ability to absorb and release kinetic energy, his powers were still at the level of an ordinary person. Encased in a steel prison, he found himself powerless to break free. Yet, Sebastian's constant release of kinetic energy posed a vexing challenge. The iron ball that confined him wouldn't hold him for long, so he had no choice but to make a swift getaway. After all, he lacked the means to eliminate Sebastian at this moment. Alex promptly placed Sebastian's hair into the gene collection system, initiating the rapid gene analysis process. Ding! Genetic components detected. Should they be collected? Collect, Alex affirmed decisively. With this newfound ability, he was effectively impervious to bullets or artillery shells. In this perilous Marvel universe, his chances of survival had significantly improved. Alex, why didn't you eliminate him? Eric inquired with a puzzled expression as he and Alex escaped the concentration camp together. His power revolves around the absorption and release of energy. I can't eliminate him at the moment. Besides, I can't keep him contained for long, Alex replied somberly. He was well aware that there were various methods to eliminate Sebastian, such as suffocation, poisoning, or even psychic powers. However, Alex hesitated. His primary advantage lay in his familiarity with the storyline. What if killing Sebastian altered the course of events? Would his advantage disappear if the narrative shifted? That's why Alex opted not to terminate Sebastian. Since he had no intention of killing him and had merely ensnared him in a metal sphere, Sebastian wouldn't remain imprisoned for an extended period. As long as he continued absorbing and releasing energy, the metallic prison would eventually rupture. We must make our escape swiftly. The metal sphere won't detain him for long, Alex urged. Together, Alex and Eric commandeered the metal, rescued Eric's mother, and soared into the sky. They flew far away from the concentration camp, leaving their dangerous ordeal behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Energy Absorption. Alex, can't you come with me? Eric asked hopefully, looking at his companion who had shared so much hardship with him. No, I have to search for my family, even though they may have perished in the flames of war, Alex replied casually. He wasn't even sure if he had any living relatives left. His real purpose was to find Charles Xavier in the United States and pluck out one of his hairs. But our abilities are exactly the same. Wouldn't it be better if you stayed with us? Eric didn't want to lose his newfound companion, the only one who understood what he was going through. Eric, you've experienced the pain of losing your family. I believe Alex is going through the same anguish right now. If fate allows, you will meet again. Listen to your mother. Eric's mother crouched down and spoke gently. Goodbye, Alex. Don't forget about me. Eric hugged Alex and said his farewells. No, we'll meet again in the future, I promise. Alex smiled and waved to the two of them as he controlled the metal to fly away. After all, this Eric was destined to become Magneto. How could they not cross paths with Marvel's most powerful mutant in the future? It seems that genetic-derived abilities are like a natural extension of the body, instinctual and effortless. Using this power only consumes physical energy. Abilities that weren't bound by the law of conservation of energy were incredibly convenient. During his continuous flight, Alex estimated that he had flown out of Europe and was possibly in China or Soviet territory. After some contemplation, Alex decided to head to the United States during World War II. This might be an opportunity to meet Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Moreover, he might be able to obtain the super soldier serum, which would enhance his physical abilities. After all, he still had the physique of a 10-year-old. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Alex landed in a small town. He looked around at the English signs, hoping that the pound was still valid currency. Otherwise, he'd have to resort to charity once more. Charity couldn't save a starving teenager. Luckily, the pound was still usable, so Alex found a hotel to stay in. Energy absorption and release ability. Analysis complete. Do you wish to strengthen it? The system's voice sounded in Alex's ear. Strengthen it. Alex was impatient. Sebastian's energy absorption and release ability was highly valuable, providing Alex with the ability to withstand bullets and missiles. Strengthening complete. Would you like to integrate it? Integrate it. Alex replied without hesitation. After a moment of intense pain during the integration process, Alex emerged from the bathtub. His entire body was covered in streaks of blood, and the water had turned blood red. Taking a deep breath, Alex stood up and turned off the faucet. The hot water flowing down his body felt cold, and the impact of the water flow was absent. Kinetic energy absorbed, he muttered. Alex couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. While he had gained incredible power, it came at a cost. With a thought, he reversed the water back to its warm state, allowing him to feel the warmth once more. Now, he could control which energy to absorb and which to pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Stake. Feeling the warmth of the water on him, Alex breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to end up like Sebastian, so he needed to make sure he could control his power. This is much more comfortable. The hot water flowed over him, absorbing the excess heat and leaving a pleasant, constant warmth of around 40 degrees Celsius. After taking a shower and looking at himself in the mirror, Alex got his first good look at his new appearance. He appeared to be around 10 years old, with blonde hair, blue eyes, big eyes, rosy lips, and flawless skin. He was the type of child that anyone would want to hold and pinch their cheeks. Although the love story in the books may be embellished, it was a real tale in his case. His mother was a noble lady had forsaken her status to elope with his father, resulting in his current appearance, which leaned more towards Northern European features. While his mother had intended to take him out of Europe, they were captured by the Nazis. He suspected that his parents' bodies had been incinerated by the Nazis. However, since he had replaced Alex in the 21st century, he was determined to seek vengeance for this blood feud, and he will burn the Nazis to ashes. Alex looked at himself in the mirror and touched his face. His skin was incredibly smooth, probably a side effect of the 2 gene enhancements and integrations. He chuckled softly. Well, it's not so bad to be cute. The sound of his stomach protesting interrupted his thoughts. He was only 10 years old now, and the physical energy expended during his long flight had already burned through the food he had eaten in the Nazi concentration camp. His stomach was crying out in hunger, but when he checked his pockets, he found he didn't even have half a dime left. His stomach's protests grew louder, making it difficult for Alex to fall asleep. Sitting up and putting on his bathrobe, Alex checked the time. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, people in the hotel were probably still awake. He headed downstairs, where there was a restaurant with many guests still dining. The aroma of food filled the air, making Alex's mouth water, and his stomach growled even more loudly. "Oh, whose child is this? So adorable." An astonished voice rang out, and a beautiful woman approached Alex while holding a steak. The tantalizing scent wafted from the steak to Alex's nose, and he couldn't help but salivate. "I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry at all," Alex told himself using his hypnotic ability, but his eyes remained fixed on the steak. "Cute. Where are your parents?" The woman crouched down to Alex's eye level, holding the steak in her hand. The savory aroma of the steak was overwhelming, and Alex couldn't resist any longer. His stomach growled loudly. "You're hungry, aren't you?" The woman couldn't help but laugh as she saw Alex's reaction. Alex swallowed hard. He wanted to nod but hesitated. Although his body was that of a 10-year-old, his mind was that of a 20-something. Could he really bring himself to do something so shameless? After some internal struggle between morals and hunger, Alex ultimately chose hunger. Morals could wait. Right now, he was starving. What good were morals if he starved to death? Alex nodded eagerly and said in a childlike voice, "Thank you. You're welcome. You were hungry." The woman smiled warmly and placed the steak in front of Alex. Alex didn't hold back. Despite his supernatural powers, he still had the appetite of a child. He devoured the steak with small, satisfied bites. "It's so delicious." After finishing the entire steak, Alex felt content. Even though he had superpowers, his appetite was still that of a child's. Alex hopped off the chair with a smile, approaching the girl who had given him the steak but whom he had never met before. Alex thanked her. "Thank you once again." "You're welcome. It was just a steak. By the way, what's your name?" The girl pinched Alex's cheek and asked. "My name is Alex," Alex said with a happy smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 7. Steve Rogers. Alex, having satisfied his hunger by charming his way into a meal and enjoyed a good night's rest, embarked on his journey early the next morning. He oriented himself correctly and flew steadily toward the United States. Recalling his knowledge of Captain America's story, he remembered that the scientist who developed the super serum had met his demise at the hands of Hydra, leading to Captain America being the sole successful product of the serum. During his flight, Alex passed through a bustling western city and collected a substantial sum in charity funds, investing it in food supplies to sustain him during his journey. It was a turbulent time, and the specter of danger loomed unpredictably. Fortunately, luck was on Alex's side. He navigated without losing his way and encountered no sudden storms during his journey. After approximately 7 days of travel, he arrived in the vicinity of San Francisco in the United States. Yet, his ultimate destination was not here. He aimed for the heart of the United States, New York City. Even though Alex had escaped from a concentration camp operated by the enemy and entered the United States as an illicit traveler, wartime conditions had led to an influx of illegal immigrants and thriving black market activities. In the grand scheme of things, one more person like Alex hardly raised an eyebrow. Upon reaching New York City, USA, it was already nighttime. As he observed the vibrant scenes around him, Alex couldn't help but sigh. While Europe was torn apart by the ravages of war, here in the United States, there was a relative sense of peace. Strolling down the bustling streets and immersing himself in the sights, the nighttime panorama of 1940s New York City was nothing short of impressive. At the very least, law and order seemed to prevail. Tomorrow's World Expo, Alex halted in front of the exhibition hall, gazing at the colossal advertisements. Memories of Captain America's narrative flooded his mind. It appeared that Tony Stark's father had played a role in this storyline. However, the exhibition required an entrance fee, and Alex muttered, "If this continues, I might as well go and rob a bank." With empty pockets, Alex found himself standing outside, contemplating whether to sneak into the venue. However, his thoughts were interrupted when 2 familiar figures approached him, engaged in lively conversation. Narrowing his eyes, Alex carefully observed the 2 individuals and instantly recognized them. One of them was a slender young man who was unmistakably Steve Rogers, the future Captain America. The other gentleman was undoubtedly Steve's close friend, Bucky Barnes, also known as the Winter Soldier. It appeared that the events of Captain America's story were just unfolding, taking place 9 months prior to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, a pivotal moment marking the United States' entry into World War II. In terms of the historical timeline, it was now 1941. "Hey, kid, would you like to join us?" Steve noticed Alex standing near the exhibition and kindly offered his assistance, clearly understanding the predicament. He even took a step forward to extend his help. "Yes, sir, but it appears I've misplaced my money," Alex replied with a distressed expression, emptying his pockets as he spoke. "No need to worry. Come along with us. I'll cover your ticket," Steve reassured him, patting Alex on the head and offering a warm smile. Alex playfully swatted away Steve's hand and remarked, "Please don't touch my head." Steve chuckled and turned to his friend Bucky, asking, "Isn't he just adorable, Bucky?" "Yeah, it's hard to believe his parents let him out on his own," Bucky agreed with a grin. Tickets to the exhibition were reasonably priced, especially with the discounted children's rate. With Steve leading the way, they entered the exhibition, and Alex couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. He had compromised his principles momentarily, but the outcome was undeniably positive. In the grand scheme of things, did principles and morals hold their weight when one was faced with hunger and desperation? Inside the exhibition, a young girl caught Bucky's attention, and another lady stood beside her. Bucky turned to Steve and remarked, "Steve, this is the girl I've found for you. Why don't you give it a shot?" He then glanced at Alex and added, "Kid, you're a bit too young to date. Go enjoy yourself with some toys." Alex rolled his eyes, recognizing that he was only inhabiting a child's body, not actually too young. "Kid, remember not to engage with strangers. If you ever feel unsafe, make your way to a crowded area and seek assistance at the conclusion of the exhibition, all right?" "I understand, sir," Alex nodded in response. He couldn't help but be deeply moved by Steve's kindness. It was no wonder that Captain America held such a revered place in his world. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. The Horrified Howard. Alex took a glance at the exhibition. He remembered that Howard Stark, the father of Tony Stark, would appear at this event. Contacting Howard might be the key to obtaining the super serum. The exhibition area was divided by various industries, and Alex quickly found Stark Industries' exhibition booth. There, he spotted a familiar face. Howard Stark. Stark Industries was quite famous in the United States, so their booth was crowded with people. "Hey kid, why did you tag along? Maybe you should grow a bit taller first," Bucky teased from nearby, completely aware that Alex couldn't see the booth at all. Alex gritted his teeth but decided not to react to Bucky's teasing. However, he couldn't resist using his power to absorb and release kinetic energy, which allowed him to forcefully squeeze through the crowd and get closer to the front. Bucky was surprised to see the kid actually make his way to the front, and he considered lifting the little guy onto his shoulders for a better view. As Alex reached the front, he saw Howard Stark preparing to take the stage. He knew that this was the man who would become the inventor of Iron Man's suit, Tony Stark's father. Howard Stark, accompanied by singers and dancers, introduced his latest invention to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, maybe in just a few years, your cars won't need to touch the ground anymore." With the help of several beautiful assistants, the tires of the cars on display were removed, sparking curiosity among the onlookers. In astonishment, they watched as Howard activated an anti-gravity device, causing the car to gradually float. However, the anti-gravity device malfunctioned, emitting sparks. Alex quickly extended his hand to stabilize the car, preventing it from falling. Howard Stark was surprised by this turn of events. He couldn't explain why the car was floating despite the malfunction. His instincts told him that this mysterious little boy was somehow responsible, as he had seen him raising his hands and the car magically stabilized. As the audience marveled at the floating car and took photographs, but Howard Stark's eyes were on the boy who had interfered his performance. Alex withdrew his hand, and the car descended abruptly. Howard realized the truth almost immediately, but he had his doubts. Backstage, Howard Stark decided to approach the mysterious boy. He wanted to find out more about the child with these unusual abilities. "Hey kid, wait up," Howard called out to Alex. Alex, knowing he had Howard's attention, stopped and turned to face the man. He wore a look of innocence and asked, "What's up? Can I ask you something?" Howard crouched down to be at eye level with Alex. "Go ahead," Alex replied nonchalantly, dropping the pretense of being a young child. Did you make the car float earlier? Howard asked. Yes, Alex confirmed with a nod. Can you tell me how you did it? What kind of ability is that? Howard inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. I can control magnetism, Alex replied calmly. Howard continued, could you also tell me how you acquired this ability? Alex grinned, revealing his white teeth, and rolled up his sleeve to reveal a numeric tattoo on his arm. Nazi concentration camp. Howard's expression shifted, and his eyes widened with shock. The words, Nazi concentration camp, sent shivers down his spine. This innocent-looking child had escaped from such a horrifying place and made it to the United States. It left Howard wondering if he had encountered a real-life miracle. The excitement and curiosity in Howard's heart were instantly replaced by a cold and sobering reality. Chapter 9. Legal Status. Are you serious, kid? Howard stammered. Escaping from a Nazi concentration camp was no ordinary feat. Even the most skilled agents might struggle to survive there. Yet this child showed no signs of lying. Moreover, the tattoo on his arm bore the unmistakable mark of the camp, a symbol that no parent would voluntarily subject their child to. I'm not joking, Alex affirmed. He then took Howard's lit cigar, placed the burning end in his palm, and squeezed it out. Howard's heart raced as he watched, thinking, is this kid really going to do something so extreme? Alex casually blew on his palm, and the ashes from the cigar scattered in the air. His palm remained unscathed because he had absorbed all the heat from the burning cigar. He then formed a small, fiery red energy ball on his fingertip and pressed it onto the cigar. In an instant, the cigar turned red-hot and disintegrated into ashes before Howard's eyes. Howard's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that the child had just demonstrated a supernatural ability, and his initial disbelief quickly turned into fascination. He hadn't anticipated this. Seeing Howard's reaction, Alex maintained his calm demeanor and said, I'm not joking, and I have a name. You can call me Alex. What I need is a legal status in the United States, and I arrived here by flying. Howard sighed in relief, thinking that this request wasn't too difficult to fulfill. Is that all? I want to follow you, Alex added after a brief pause. Since he didn't know anyone in this world, he figured he might as well stick with Howard, who could provide him with food and shelter. Howard agreed, all right, I'll make you my adopted son. But don't push your luck too far, or I might just change my mind. As a genius, Howard immediately realized the potential Alex posseed, and having him as a son is a great asset. He could also study more about the kid's abilities as well. Who knows, maybe he will never be able to find another gifted person like Alex in his lifetime. So Howard decided to take a gamble and adopt Alex. Alex smirked and said, okay, it's a deal. Howard knew he was taking on quite a responsibility by allowing this child to follow him. But the benefits outweighs the risk. As they made their way to a lounge, Howard picked up the phone on his desk and quickly arranged for Alex's legal status as his adopted son. In this era, wealth had its privileges. Once the paperwork was done, Howard turned to Alex and said, your identity has been established. I'll officially declare you as my adopted son. You'll need to call me father, all right? Alex rolled his eyes and retorted, nope, not gonna happen. Howard chuckled, don't be so aloof. Can you at least tell me where your powers come from? I possess the X gene in my body, which underwent a mutation. It's an evolutionary step beyond regular humans, much like how Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals, Alex explained matter-of-factly, as it wasn't a secret in this world. X gene. Howard scratched his head. Despite being a genius scientist, genetics wasn't his field of expertise. Howard pondered for a moment and then turned his attention back to Alex. Can I have powers too? Abilities aren't common, and you need the X gene to awaken them. Not everyone has this gene. Some have it, some don't, and some only awaken their powers when they're extremely frightened or angry, Alex explained. Howard leaned in, intrigued. What about me? Could I have the X gene? Come here, Alex said, beckoning Howard closer. Howard approached Alex, who quickly plucked a strand of Howard's hair. Howard winced in pain. Testing the gene. Ding. No abilities detected after testing. Alex sighed softly, letting go of Howard's hair, and said casually, unfortunately, you don't have the X gene. End of this chapter. Chapter 10. Super Soldier Serum. That's a shame, Howard muttered regretfully, not pressing the matter further. In reality, Alex had used this opportunity to test Howard, but the results were disappointing. However, he wasn't too surprised. After all, Howard having superhuman abilities would have been quite a deviation from the established timeline. Do you know Dr. Abraham Erskine? Alex suddenly inquired. Howard was taken aback by the question. The super soldier serum developed by Dr. Abraham was a top-secret project. How did this child know about it? Alex nodded and casually replied, I can sense people's thoughts. This was complete nonsense. Alex hadn't yet obtained Charles Xavier's abilities, so he couldn't possibly read minds. You can't read my thoughts, can you? Howard asked, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Alex gave him a sly smile and said, It's quite exhausting to read people's thoughts. When I tricked you, I sensed it and then heard it. He shrugged, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Howard breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that the child couldn't actually read his mind. All right then, I'll take you to meet him. Alex got up from the sofa, and Howard led him through the exhibition towards a cocktail party. After circling around, they arrived at the back of the ballroom, where a small room was located. Inside, Dr. Abraham was examining some documents. Howard knocked on the door, and Abraham responded, The door is open, come in. Alex entered the room first and found himself face to face with a man wearing a reddish-brown shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, a mop of unruly hair, and a 5 o'clock shadow. This was clearly Dr. Abraham, and the documents he was reviewing likely pertained to Steve Rogers. What brings you here, and who's this little guy? Dr. Abraham inquired, looking at Howard. This is my adopted son, Alex, Howard replied. Alex rolled his eyes but remained silent, accepting the role bestowed upon him. Adopted son? Why on earth would you decide to adopt a child out of the blue? You're a playboy without a wife, Abraham grumbled, still engrossed in the documents. I want the super soldier serum, Alex stated. You're far too young, and the condition of the serum samples is unknown. It wouldn't be of any use to you, Abraham bluntly rejected. Alex continued, Just because I don't need it now doesn't mean I won't need it in the future. And besides, it's not wise to put all your eggs in one basket. Accidents can happen. Abraham looked up at Alex and then turned to Howard, his expression revealing that he had discerned the implications of their conversation. Your adopted son seems quite knowledgeable, Abraham remarked, implying that he had picked up on the unspoken aspects of their discussion. Howard chuckled awkwardly, saying, This little guy has been a genius since childhood. Why else would I adopt him? Abraham gazed at Alex and said, I must admit, what you said makes sense. Abraham then explained the super soldier serum, also known as the super soldier formula, which had been treated to unlock the full potential of the recipient, essentially granting them physical abilities akin to a superhuman. It enhanced all aspects of an individual's abilities, including mental acuity, strength, speed, endurance, healing, vision, immune system, aging, and more. All right, you can have the serum, Abraham said to Alex, but his words were mentioned for Howard. Abraham trusted Howard, and from what he understood from his silent conversation with Howard, he knew that there are undercurrents in play. Maybe he may even die soon. There are strict security checks when coming and going from the facility, but it will be relaxed in Alex's case as he is a child. So Abraham decided to gift the serum to Alex, thus indirectly giving it to Howard. Abraham handed a serum sample to Alex, but before using it, I will give you the serum, but you need to take it out of here with your own skill. If the security checkup catches you, then I am not responsible, Abraham warned. I have my way, Alex said, and he made a few coins float around him to emphasize his point. Abraham was shocked, but he refrained from asking further, noticing Howard's reassuring nod. Alex knew that to his would happen. He then proceeded to test the serum with the system. System, start testing. The test has failed. No valid genes were detected. Alex furrowed his brows in disappointment. How could this be? He had gone through all this trouble for nothing? However, he considered a different possibility. Perhaps the super soldier serum didn't contain genes, which might explain the test results. It could be worth experimenting with it in the future, especially if Steve Rogers succeeded with it. Despite his disappointment, Alex expressed his gratitude. After storing the serum, he noticed the documents, which appeared to be Steve's file. Steve is a good person. I've met him, and he's a remarkable test subject, Alex commented. Is that so? I'll pay closer attention to him, Abraham replied, glancing at the file. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Army. Hey, kid, what do you even want the super soldier serum for? Howard asked, his curiosity piqued. I thought it might be useful, but it turns out it's useless, Alex replied, a touch of disappointment in his voice. He had hoped that the super soldier serum might contain the genetic material he needed, but it didn't. Howard, slightly bewildered, responded. Do you think the super soldier serum has something to do with your abilities? That's quite whimsical. The super soldier serum can only push a human's physical abilities to the peak of human potential. Besides, the super soldier project hasn't succeeded yet. Alex rolled his eyes, choosing not to explain further. After all, the nature of his abilities was a secret known only to the system, and he couldn't reveal it. Uncle Howard, I want to join the army, Alex suddenly said, turning his attention to Howard. Join the army? Are you out of your mind? How old are you? And do you realize how dangerous it is in the military? Howard exclaimed, shocked by Alex's request. I just want to observe someone, not really join the army. I believe a wealthy industrialist like Stark should have the influence to arrange it, Alex responded, a faint orange glow appearing at his fingertips as a subtle threat. Howard sighed inwardly. Why did this kid always resort to threats? He relented, saying, if it's just for a visit, that's fine. But you have to behave yourself and not attract attention, understood? I'm not foolish, Alex replied, casting a disdainful glance at Howard. Howard grumbled to himself, wondering why this kid was always so defiant. Thanks to Howard's influence, Alex, a 10-year-old, found himself placed in the military. This development left Steve Rogers scratching his head. What in the world are these damn people doing in our barracks? General Phillips exclaimed in frustration, banging his hand on the table. But there was little he could do. Someone had to take care of this bear child to ensure he didn't accidentally blow up their boot camp with real weapons. The responsibility of looking after the child has been assigned to you by Agent Peggy Carter. Keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't get near any areas with weapons, General Phillips instructed with a heavy sigh. Yes, sir, Peggy replied, unfazed. As Alex entered the barracks, he quickly spotted the slender figure of Steve Rogers, who was in the midst of training. The sir asked me to take care of you. Stay put and don't wander around. This is a military camp, and there are plenty of dangerous places, Peggy cautioned as she held Alex's hand. Alex looked at Peggy Carter. She was even more attractive in person than in the movies. Her military uniform accentuated her curves while exuding an air of heroism. It was no wonder Steve was smitten with her. She was indeed a rare beauty. You're very beautiful, Miss Carter, Alex complimented politely. Thank you for the kind words, Peggy replied with a smile, though she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this was Howard Stark's adopted son, and he seemed to have inherited Howard's charm. If Alex had known Peggy's thoughts, he would have certainly found them misplaced. His comment had been a mere polite compliment, not a declaration of romantic interest. Steve's group of trainees was small, but Alex knew that the final candidate for the Super Soldier Project would emerge from among them. Steve, as in the original timeline, struggled in his training due to his size and stamina. Despite his determination and effort, his stature continued to hold him back, and he faced ridicule from his fellow trainees. During an obstacle course, when Steve crawled through a set of wires, Hodge deliberately kicked down a wooden pole, causing Steve to be caught by the falling wire. Though Steve was eventually rescued, it was discovered that his military uniform had been torn by the wire, leaving 2 shallow wounds on his back. Alex's expression darkened. He had a soft spot for Captain America, and seeing Steve's struggles hit a nerve. Without hesitation, Alex leaped out of the nearby police car and strode up to Hodge. His tone icy as he said, "Apologize to my friend." Hodge, who had been smirking at Steve's predicament, didn't even acknowledge Alex's presence. Instead, he retorted disdainfully, "Get lost, kid." End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Retribution. Alex's expression turned ice cold. Hodge was asking for trouble. What did you say? Alex's tone remained frosty as he locked eyes with Hodge. He had killed many soldiers in the Nazi concentration camp, and he had no qualms about dealing with anyone now. "You heard me, you little brat. Get lost." Hodge spat out the words and kicked Alex roughly. Peggy Carter's expression soured, but she knew that this little guy was Howard Stark's adopted son. Any harm that came to him would likely lead to a military court case. But Alex's face remained impassive. He couldn't use his magnetic control abilities here, but he could still absorb and release energy. He didn't dodge Hodge's kick, allowing it to land squarely on his chest. He absorbed all the kinetic energy, feeling no pain whatsoever. With the absorbed energy now condensed in his fist, Alex swung a punch directly at Hodge's groin. Although he was shorter in stature, targeting this area proved to be highly effective. A loud, sickening crack echoed through the air, signaling that Alex's punch had hit its mark. Hodge was sent flying, his body colliding with an empty oil tank, and his fate hung in the balance. Peggy Carter's mouth gaped open in astonishment. She couldn't believe that a young child had just sent a tall, robust soldier hurtling through the air and causing him such serious harm. Even Steve Rogers stared at Alex in disbelief. Was this really the same kid he had met on that fateful night? As for the other recruits, they stared at Alex in a mixture of horror and awe. They couldn't help but instinctively cover their groins, fearful that Alex might target them next. Alex's actions had been undeniably brutal, even by a soldier's standards. "Attention!" Philip barked, giving the order for the recruits to fall in line. They quickly formed a formation in front of General Phillip. General Phillip, who had once held high hopes for Hodge due to his ferocity, was now frustrated and perplexed. A 10-year-old child had severely injured a grown soldier. It was beyond comprehension. This boy has no valid reason for his actions. "Get out of the barracks. This isn't a playground for you," General Phillip shouted at Alex, his frustration evident. Alex, however, had other plans. He studied Philip's body from head to toe, as if contemplating the best angle to address him. Philip couldn't help but recall the bloody scene that had unfolded earlier, and a nervous shiver ran down his spine. "Sir, I was just thinking. Which position might suit you best?" Alex mused with a sly grin, making sure to emphasize the word position. Philip couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, his eyes flicking to the ground. The atmosphere had changed from heated anger to an uneasy hush. "Boy, you have no grounds here. Leave now." Philip finally managed to speak, though his voice had lost its earlier forcefulness. Alex, however, had a response ready. Furthermore, Hodge destroyed military property, injured his fellow soldiers, and even attempted to harm a 10-year-old child. "I'll be contacting my lawyer to file charges against him." Philip's face twisted in frustration. "Who do you think you are, wanting to sue one of my soldiers?" Alex remained unfazed. "I believe the legal team behind me would be more than happy to handle this case. And while we're at it, we might just decide to sue General Phillip for concealing criminal behavior, creating an unfair environment for soldiers in the barracks, causing injuries to soldiers, and even endangering the life of a taxpayer. While it might not lead to much, a bit of money should suffice to degrade you by a few ranks." Unscrupulous didn't even begin to describe it. Alex had a knack for playing hardball. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Philip. General Phillip found himself in an excruciating situation, facing a seemingly insurmountable challenge posed by the young man before him. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Was this a threat to his very life? His incredulous gaze was fixed on Alex, who appeared to possess a knack for political maneuvering with his eyes wide open. It felt as if Philip was on the verge of bursting into anger. This situation had the potential to escalate into a major issue, and yet, Alex seemed unfazed. To make matters worse, Hodge, the troublemaker responsible for this predicament, had the audacity to lay hands on Alex. Philip couldn't help but think that Hodge's actions were nothing short of foolish. In his frustration, Philip couldn't help but think that Hodge deserved to be dickless, a sentiment he would never voice out loud. However, as Alex had pointed out, reporting this incident and leveraging Stark Industries' influence could spell significant trouble for Philip. He might even end up facing disciplinary action or being demoted. Philip found himself in a dilemma. What course of action should he take in dealing with this troublesome young man? As a stern military leader, Losing face in front of a group of recruits was something he couldn't easily accept. Gathering his resolve, Philip took a few steps forward, approaching Alex, and spoke in hushed tones. "Young man, let's put this incident behind us. Consider it a favor owed to you." Peggy, who had been observing the situation, couldn't help but wear a bemused expression upon hearing Philip's unexpected conciliatory tone. It seemed that the young man had managed to subdue the unyielding general. Alex, on the other hand, had only intended to intimidate Philip and was not keen on prolonging the conflict. Therefore, he accepted Philip's offer, realizing that pursuing a complaint against an officer would be a lengthy and cumbersome process. "Very well," Alex replied, deciding to let the matter rest. It was time to move on. With the issue resolved, Philip took charge, commanding the recruits to return to their training. He then made his way towards the infirmary, leaving Hodge's fate to be determined later. Alex, now free of worry, turned to Steve and greeted him with a friendly smile, as if beckoning for a fresh start. Peggy couldn't help but comment, "You truly possess an uncanny ability to soften even General Phillips' resolve. What you did back there was quite impressive." Alex, feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliment, allowed Peggy to ruffle his hair with a smile. Perhaps if he were a few years older, Peggy might have shown more interest, but for now, their interactions remained friendly. Alex glanced at Peggy and quipped, "Genius has its ways." His confidence in Steve's potential was evident in his next statement. "You seem to hold high hopes for Steve. Care to share why?" Peggy inquired, genuinely curious. Recalling an incident from the previous day, Alex explained, "A few days back, I found myself at a fair without any money. I stood there for quite some time, and only Steve approached me, offered to pay for my ticket, and made sure I stayed safe. It's gestures like these that make me believe in his potential." Peggy's eyes sparkled with admiration as she processed Alex's words. Steve's willingness to help a complete stranger left a lasting impression. The following day during field training, the instructor presented a challenge to the recruits involving a flagpole. The task was to reach the flag atop the pole, and the first to do so would earn a ride back in a jeep. Excitement filled the air as the recruits rushed toward the flagpole, with one notable exception, Steve. Observing the scene with keen interest, Alex sat comfortably in the jeep, fully aware of the outcome. In the original story, Steve had ingeniously dismantled the flagpole, earning himself a ride back to the barracks. The instructor, however, dismissed the possibility of anyone accomplishing this feat, stating that it hadn't been done in 17 years. Alex understood that this challenge aimed to assess group cooperation but favored only one individual. Cooperation among the recruits was unlikely under these conditions. As the disappointed recruits returned to the group, Peggy playfully teased Alex, "Is this the guy you admire? He didn't even attempt it." Alex glanced at Peggy and called out to Steve, "Steve, give it a shot. I know you have a plan." Steve approached the flagpole, drawing the ire of the instructor, who doubted Steve's ability to remove the flag. "Rogers, return to the group immediately," the instructor commanded. Undeterred, Steve skillfully removed the bolt from the flagpole, causing it to collapse. With a knowing smile, Alex remarked, "Sometimes, brains are mightier than brawn." The instructor only said to remove the flag. He didn't specify the method. Steve handed the flag to the instructor, expressing gratitude, before joining Alex in the jeep. "Hello again, Rogers. It's good to see you," Alex greeted Steve warmly. "You're quite something," Steve Rogers replied with a matching smile. Initially, he had approached Alex with the intention of offering help to a stranger. Little did he know that Alex had a remarkable identity of his own. Chapter 14. Super Soldier. After spending 10 days in the military camp, Alex had earned a reputation as a sort of unofficial leader within the barracks. His unique background set him apart, even though he wasn't one to win fights. Those who had initially confronted him and ended up on the losing side now affectionately called him boss, in a somewhat embarrassing turn of events. Alex wasn't particularly proud of this, but it seemed there was no other way around it. Word about his seemingly supernatural abilities had spread like wildfire within the camp. Skeptical individuals came forward daily to challenge Alex, attempting to prove that there was no such thing as natural superpowers. Alex worried that he'd run out of opportunities to absorb kinetic energy, but in reality, he was conquering a growing following of admirers. As a result, he found himself somewhat of a local leader, someone whom everyone would greet enthusiastically as boss. It was a role he had reluctantly embraced, and anyone who didn't address him as such would soon find themselves at odds with him. General Phillips' desk was inundated with complaints about Alex's behavior, but Philip felt helpless in the face of this audacious young man. Alex had become somewhat of a troublemaker, and nobody in the camp dared to provoke him. Philip, while fearful of the repercussions of crossing Alex, couldn't help but wonder aloud what these soldiers had been fed to allow a kid to best them so easily. However, these grievances had to be set aside for the time being. 10 days later, Alex found himself in the presence of Dr. Abraham once again. The two were standing alongside General Philip, observing the training exercises and engaging in a hushed conversation. Alex stood nearby, and he made no effort to conceal his presence, making it easy for him to eavesdrop on their conversation. General Philip questioned Dr. Abraham, "Are you really determined to choose Steve Rogers?" Without hesitation, Dr. Abraham replied, "I don't just want him. I need him. It's a wise choice." Philip disagreed, recalling previous experiences. "When you brought in that scrawny kid who couldn't even lift a 40-kilogram weight, I thought you'd lost your mind. Maybe you saw him as nothing more than a guinea pig, but you never expected to include him in the Super Soldier Project. Trust me, he's as fragile as paper." Dr. Abraham defended his choice. "I value quality over quantity. I'm not looking for a giant." Philip vented his frustration. "Do you have any idea how much effort it took to get this project approved? I had to persuade Congressman." Abraham sympathized, saying, "I acknowledge your dedication. I had a better candidate in mind, like Hodge. He aced every test, big and fast, a stellar soldier, the ideal candidate. But he's a bully." Dr. Abraham couldn't help but reveal his distaste for Hodge. Philip countered firmly, "Being a good person doesn't win wars, Doctor." As he spoke, he reached for a grenade from an ammunition cart, pulled the pin, and tossed it toward the recruits who were still training. He then yelled, "Grenade!" Almost everyone's instinct was to flee for their lives. An exception among those who sprinted to safety were Peggy and Steve. Peggy, although tempted to rush towards the grenade, found herself too far away to act. In contrast, Steve immediately rushed towards the threat, diving onto the grenade to shield his comrades from potential harm. He yelled to Peggy, who was still frozen in place, "Run. Take cover." Alex observed Steve Rogers. It was a remarkable act of bravery, especially considering that many of these recruits had previously ridiculed and bullied him. After what felt like an eternity, and with no explosion in sight, the recruits cautiously emerged from their hiding places, realizing that something was amiss. It wasn't until General Philip announced that the grenade had been a dud that they fully relaxed. Steve looked up at Philip and inquired, "Was this a test?" Philip sighed, still not entirely convinced of Steve's capabilities, muttering, "He's still too scrawny." Peggy observed Steve with newfound admiration, her perception of him undergoing a significant shift. Alex, however, couldn't help but smirk slightly, knowing that Steve's true potential had yet to be fully realized. Steve's heart, though, remained pure and focused on his duty. While the rest of the recruits enjoyed a day off, Steve continued to train diligently in the barracks. Alex entered the scene and questioned Steve, "Why aren't you out there having fun with everyone else?" Steve replied with determination, "I have a disadvantage from the start. I need to work twice as hard to catch up." Dr. Abraham, too, walked into the barracks and addressed Steve. Alex overheard their conversation, and when Abraham left, he commented casually, "He's right, you're a good person, and you're a perfect match for the serum." After all, Alex had his own plans for Steve, particularly regarding the super soldier gene. Though he couldn't utilize it himself, he had other intentions for it, waiting for the right time to integrate it into his grand scheme. Chapter 15. The Birth of Captain America. Early the next morning, Steve and Peggy got into a car, where Alex was already seated. Steve couldn't help but ask, "Why are you coming along?" "Because Howard is one of the planners of the Super Soldier Project, and I have the qualifications to be here," Alex replied casually. He was determined to witness the birth of Captain America firsthand, as movies and reality were never quite the same. Besides, he had plans for Steve's super soldier genes, even if he couldn't use them himself. Steve accepted the explanation without further inquiry, acknowledging that perhaps this opportunity had come about because of the young boy before him. Despite his small stature, Nobody treated Alex as a child. Their journey led them to an unassuming store in Brooklyn, a mere front for the large secret research institute operated by the Ministry of Defense. Here, the final human trials of the Super Soldier Project were set to take place. As they passed through familiar streets, Steve couldn't help but reminisce about his past, pointing out landmarks such as the alley where he had been beaten and the parking lot behind the restaurant. Peggy inquired, "Why didn't you run away?" Steve responded with determination, "If you run once, you'll keep running. But if you stand up and fight back, one day you might have a chance." "I don't want to be a coward," Alex interjected, "so now, your chance is here." Steve acknowledged, "Yes, that's right." The car soon arrived in front of a store called the Brooklyn Antique Store and came to a halt. Peggy was the first to exit the car, leading Alex and Steve into the shop. Outside, several agents disguised as ordinary people were discreetly monitoring the shop, communicating with their superiors once the trio had entered. Inside the shop, Steve rang a doorbell, and a kindly-looking grandmother emerged from a hidden door. After a brief exchange about the weather, the woman pressed a button on the counter, emitting an electric current sound that signaled their secret intentions. If they had signaled incorrectly, the woman would have acted swiftly. Peggy guided Steve and Alex to a study within the shop, and with a hidden mechanism, the bookshelf made a squeaky sound and swung open, revealing a vast secret research facility. The door sealed behind them, and they made their way to the area where scientists in white coats awaited them. Dr. Abraham was present, and he instructed Steve to remove his shirt and lie in a special device. Alex was taken out of the experimental chamber by Peggy and positioned on an observation platform, where he would witness the birth of Captain America firsthand. Dr. Abraham delivered a brief speech through a microphone before proceeding to administer the super soldier serum. Howard, the mastermind behind the device, donned sunglasses and operated the machinery, which emitted a radiant light of transformation. Steve screamed in pain during the process, but just as the researchers were about to abort the procedure, he stopped them. He insisted that they turn the machine up to the maximum power, causing a burst of intense light that short-circuited all the machines. Gradually, the devices began to open. From within emerged a robust and powerful Steve, drenched in sweat. The room erupted in jubilation, and Alex couldn't help but crack a smile. Witnessing the birth of Captain America was a remarkable experience, even if it lacked video recording equipment to capture the moment. Philip couldn't help but grin as he observed the success. This kid really did it. Dr. Abraham and Howard helped Steve out of the device, and Steve panted heavily, saying, "I did it." "Yes, we did it," Dr. Abraham affirmed, equally elated. Alex stepped forward to congratulate Steve. "It looks like you've succeeded, Steve. Congratulations. You're incredibly strong now." Steve replied with a playful jab. "Yes, Alex, you just got shorter." Alex couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Must everyone focus on his height? Now, he had to crane his neck just to speak to anyone, and it was getting tiring. Approaching Steve, Alex poked at his muscles, which felt hard as granite yet surprisingly flexible. His hands were slightly sweaty, and Alex mentally commanded, "System, perform a gene detection. It's being tested." The test has failed, and the genetic components are insufficient. Alex sighed inwardly. It appeared he would need to find another way to obtain Steve's genetic material. End of this chapter. Chapter 16. Integrate. When Steve was still in a weakened state, Alex seized the opportunity to pluck a single strand of hair from him. With a sly grin, Alex tossed the hair into System Resource Bank. "Start collecting genes," Alex silently commanded. The voice of the system resonated in his ears, confirming the success of the test. Was this the key to fortifying the super soldier gene? As expected, Alex couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. However, the super soldier serum he had requested had proven ineffective. "Strengthen it," Alex commanded inwardly. Simultaneously, he tugged at the corner of Howard's clothes and said, "I'm heading back now." "All right, take care on your way," Howard nodded, his voice filled with genuine concern. "Of course," Alex replied before making his way out. He was well aware that Dr. Abraham would later face a dire fate at the hands of Hydra's agents. Not intervening would certainly complicate matters, and Alex despised complications. After all, Dr. Abraham had a good relationship with Howard, and Howard recognized Alex's abilities. Should he intervene if a Hydra agent took a shot? That was a dilemma. If Alex saved him, it would undoubtedly alter the course of future events. Who knew if there would be more super soldiers like Steve? If he didn't save him, Howard might hold a grudge. After all, Alex owed his survival to Howard, and he might lose a valuable ally in the long run. As soon as he settled into the car, he activated the system. Strengthening is completed. Do you wish to integrate? The system inquired. Alex was well aware of the significant flaws in Dr. Abraham's super soldier serum. The good would become better, and the bad could become worse. Captain America was a prime example. Originally a virtuous figure who became even more heroic after the serum. But what about Red Skull? His ambition had swelled to world-conquering proportions after the serum, making him a formidable adversary. Furthermore, there was the need for the light of life for rapid growth, an energy source Alex couldn't rely on. The super soldier serum, once enhanced by the system, carried none of these side effects. It wouldn't alter one's character and didn't require the light of life. Integrate, Alex decided firmly. In an instant, a tingling sensation engulfed his entire body, akin to being submerged in magma. Then, a soothing warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. Soon, these sensations subsided, leaving behind a wellspring of newfound strength. Alex couldn't help but curl his lips into a satisfied smile. Not bad, Alex couldn't help but smirk. This time, unlike the X gene, there was no need for a painful ordeal. It was more like breaking a sweat without shedding blood. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as gunshots erupted from a nearby shop. Alex's gaze quickly zeroed in on the source, a Caucasian man bursting out of a Brooklyn antique store, brandishing a submachine gun. A military agent pursued him, relentlessly firing shots. The man seemed well prepared and had a getaway vehicle waiting not far from the shop. To prevent the military from catching up, the white man made a drastic move, detonating a car, coincidentally, one Alex had boarded. The explosion roared through the air, a deafening crescendo of chaos. The explosion was so powerful that it reduced the car to fragments, leaving Alex standing amidst the wreckage, his expression dazed. Fuck! Alex muttered in disbelief. All the energy from the explosion and the engulfing flames had been absorbed by him, leaving him unharmed. However, there was a bizarre side effect. Alex's entire body had turned pitch black, a darkness so profound it seemed to swallow all light. Amidst the chaos, he watched as Peggy Carter, gun in hand, fired 3 rapid shots at a taxi, instantly killing the driver. The man, determined to escape, disposed of the lifeless body and took control of the taxi, making a sharp turn. Peggy, undeterred, fired 2 more shots, but the agile driver managed to evade them all. In the midst of this mayhem, Steve, now a super soldier, burst out of the shop. He swiftly pushed Peggy aside and then stood up, striding purposefully toward the fleeing taxi. As Steve gradually harnessed the newfound power within him, he managed to catch up to the taxi. With a mighty leap, he landed on the roof, gripping it firmly to prevent being thrown off by the speeding vehicle. Alex wiped his blackened face, his expression shifting from shock to anger. This was nothing short of a catastrophe. He had been so terrified. Even though he had these new powers, he was just a regular guy who had transmigrated to Marvel less than a week ago. And this sudden explosion rocked his soul. His heart still raced from the adrenaline rush. However, the situation had become complicated. Pursuing the scene would undoubtedly lead to questions. A 10-year-old boy with innate strength was one thing, but outrunning a car was another entirely. People would start to wonder. Even if he was Howard's adopted son, he would surely be subjected to a battalion of tests. If it were discovered that he possessed super soldier genes, it would spell trouble. As someone who detested trouble, Alex made a calculated decision not to pursue the unfolding chaos. After all, Captain America could handle the situation, right? Furthermore, Alex was aware of the forthcoming plot development. The Hydra agent would inevitably resort to poison and meet his end. Chapter 17. Captain America. Steve pursued the Nazi agent relentlessly, and despite a few shots fired by the agent, Steve remained unharmed. Eventually, the agent reached a small dock in Brooklyn, where he hijacked a child and successfully distanced himself from Steve. He then activated a remote control to surface a pre-prepared submarine, boarded it, and sailed out of the port. His goal was to escape Steve, who had become a super soldier. However, back on the shore, Steve managed to land a knee strike, bringing the Nazi agent to the ground. During the struggle, a bottle of blue potion fell from the agent and shattered on the ground. As Steve attempted to question the agent, the latter chose to end his own life by ingesting poison. Meanwhile, Dr. Abraham had also died, and the Nazi agent had destroyed his research notes. The military was eager to continue the study of the super soldier serum, prompting them to summon Steve to draw his blood. However, the serum had already been integrated with Steve's genetic makeup, making it impossible to replicate Dr. Abraham's formula. Howard Stark was aware that Alex possessed a sample of the super soldier serum and used it as a bargaining chip to negotiate favorable terms with the military, securing significant benefits for Stark Industries. Howard handed over the serum to the military. Yet, without Dr. Abraham's research and development formula, reverse engineering the super soldier serum proved futile. Steve didn't return to the barracks that night, and his former boot camp had been disbanded in preparation for deployment to the European battlefield. Steve donned the Captain America costume that had become synonymous with his identity, and began touring to promote war bonds and increase security sales. On the other hand, Alex had pushed his physical abilities to the limits attainable by the human body. Whether it was strength, speed, or intelligence, everything had been enhanced. Understanding that knowledge was power, and equipped with an unparalleled memory, Alex delved into a wide range of subjects, with a particular focus on genetics. Meanwhile, Howard examined the mechanical parts of the Nazi submarine that had piqued his interest. Lacking any prior knowledge of this technology, he decided to disassemble it with Alex's help. Using his magnetic abilities, Alex lifted and controlled the submarine with ease. "You should be in school at your age, not tinkering at home," Howard remarked, wiping sweat from his brow as he observed Alex engrossed in a genetics book. Alex shot Howard an incredulous look. At his age, he was supposed to attend school with a bunch of 10-year-old kids? It seemed absurd to him. "Nope. What can elementary school teach me? I've already self-taught college-level knowledge," Alex remarked with a hint of disdain. "This way, you can meet other kids and make friends." "It's better than just staying at home," Howard replied. "Make friends with a bunch of kids playing in the mud? I think I could pass Massachusetts or Cambridge, maybe even Oxford when I go to college now," Alex retorted as he jumped off the sofa and headed for the door. He told Howard, "I'm going to see Steve's performance now. I won't be back for a while." "All right, have a good time," Howard replied without turning away, still engrossed in studying the two submarines. Alex made his way to the securities sales center, where Steve was performing. To be honest, Alex was more interested in the beautiful women dancers in the show than Steve's performance. As for Steve, he was dressed in a rather unimpressive costume, quite different from the super soldier he had become. Although it might not be the most appropriate description, it was a fact that most people came to see the attractive performers, and Alex was no exception. After the performance, Alex went backstage and found Steve. Steve spotted Alex and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Alex. You're discharged? Instead of fighting Nazis on the battlefield, you're here performing in this getup?" Alex asked knowingly. Steve let out a hearty laugh, took a seat on the side, and replied with a hint of helplessness. "What can I do? Dr. Abraham was assassinated by a Nazi agent, and the super soldier program was abandoned. I was the only one who succeeded. There were no battles because my debut made it into the newspapers, so they want me to be an actor. That's tough luck. But believe me, gold always shines. You've done it before, and you'll do it again in the future, just like when you were chosen as an experiment for the successful super soldier project." Alex offered some words of comfort. "Thanks for the encouragement," Steve said with a smile, patting Alex on the shoulder. "Encouragement? No, what I said is just a fact," Alex replied casually. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. News from Bucky. After an extensive conversation with Steve, it was soon time for him to depart from the city and continue his performance in the next one. Due to Alex's age and appearance, the young ladies of the singing and dancing troupe each took turns holding Alex, their feminine fragrance enveloping him along with their gentle touches. For the first time, Alex found comfort in being seen as a child. During this time, Steve had risen to become a renowned star in the country. His fame reached far and wide, with Steve's posters gracing military camps and public spaces alike. However, Steve's standing among the soldiers left much to be desired, as they often treated him like a jester. 2 months later, the newly trained recruits were deployed to the front lines, stepping onto the European battlefield. These 2 months allowed Alex to gain better control over his body and abilities. Unlike the bewildered Magneto in X-Men who struggled without iron, Alex could now expertly manipulate magnetism and magnetic fields for various purposes, making it exceedingly convenient. Since Howard was also heading to the European battlefield, Alex decided to accompany him. Howard wasn't overly concerned about Alex's safety, believing that as long as Alex didn't harm himself, no one in the world could pose a threat to him. With his control over magnetic fields and energy absorption, Alex could withstand even a nuclear bomb blast, provided he wasn't at the epicenter of the explosion. Howard, being both a scientist and an arms dealer, naturally followed the army. During a military break, Alex once again encountered Steve, the captain of the United States and a popular idol. This time, Steve had come to the front lines to work diligently. However, his well-prepared speech failed to impress the soldiers. The rugged men, unaccustomed to finer things, preferred the long-legged dancers. Discontented voices erupted among them, some even resorting to crass behavior like baring their bottoms and requesting Steve's autograph. Laughter rang out as Steve stepped down from the stage with a heavy heart. Following that, a group of graceful dancers took the stage, captivating the attention of the soldiers. These men had been confined to a barracks with no female presence for several months, and even though the surroundings were far from luxurious, the sight of these dancers seemed like a fairy tale come to life. Not to mention, these dancers were not just good-looking, they were incredibly talented. As the performance concluded, rain began to drizzle outside. Alex made his way backstage and observed Steve sketching with a pencil, a monkey riding a unicycle. Ironically, the monkey's costume was identical to Steve's own. "The artwork is quite impressive," Alex commented as he glanced at the drawing. "Like me, huh? I suppose I'm now akin to a circus monkey," Steve replied with a helpless smile. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He was a super soldier, not an entertainer, and he felt his strength should be put to better use. "Well," Alex hesitated before replying, "at least your performance is helping these folks earn their keep, right? I feel it's the dancers who truly deserve the credit, not me," Steve stated matter-of-factly. With all those dancers in miniskirts, flaunting their long legs, the audience was more interested in their attire than his performance. Who knows what kind of role he was really portraying? Alex found some truth in Steve's words. Just then, Peggy approached, wrapping her arms around both of them. She cleared her throat and asked, "Steve, Alex, am I interrupting something? Why are you here?" Steve inquired, puzzled. As an agent, she shouldn't have had time to visit him. "I couldn't resist watching your performance," Peggy replied, taking a seat in another chair and adjusting her dress. I had to improvise. My usual audience consists of ordinary folks and children," Steve explained somewhat cryptically. Alex couldn't help but curl his lips. It seemed Steve wasn't quite the charmer when it came to socializing with women. While the two friends conversed, an ambulance siren wailed in the distance, growing louder as it approached. "They've been through a tough battle," Steve noted, looking at the wounded soldiers. "These soldiers had it rough. Schmidt sent them to attack the village of Azano. 200 soldiers were sent to face the enemy, but fewer than 50 made it back. Among your audience, there are 107 survivors. The rest were either killed or captured," Peggy explained. Peggy's intention had been to help Steve understand the significance of his performance, but she was surprised when his expression grew uncertain, and he asked, "You mean the 107th Infantry Regiment?" Peggy responded with confusion. "What's the matter?" "My friend, Bucky, served in the 107th, Steve explained as he abruptly stood up and rushed toward headquarters. He needed to find General Phillips and learn what had happened. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Assault. When General Phillips laid eyes on Steve, he derisively remarked, "Well, look who we have here, the American hero wrapped in stars and stripes. What brings you here today?" Steve replied without hesitation, "I'd like to get the list of soldiers in the Battle of Azano." "You're not in a position to give me orders, young man," Philip retorted coldly. "I just want to know the status of Sergeant James Barnes from the 107th Infantry Regiment." Philip gave Steve a piercing look and replied, "I'll settle the score with you later. Please, just tell me if he's alive." Steve implored anxiously. Phillips stood up, retrieved a letter of mourning, and somberly stated, "I've signed too many of these today, too many to count. But this name is all too familiar, I'm afraid." Steve was left in shock, and after a moment, he inquired, "What about the others? Are you planning a rescue? They're 30 miles behind the front lines and would have to navigate the most heavily guarded areas in Europe. Attempting a rescue would only result in more casualties." "I don't expect you to understand, as you're nothing but a dancing joker," Philip remarked bluntly. Steve gritted his teeth and replied firmly, "I understand perfectly." But General Philip had clearly lost interest in the conversation. "Where can I find more information about this? If I read the posters correctly, you'll be headed to another location in half an hour." With that, he walked away. Steve returned to camp to gather his belongings. Alex stood by his side and asked, "Are you really planning to cross a 30-kilometer battlefront and venture behind enemy lines to rescue your friends?" Peggy entered the scene and advised, "Can't you calm down? The general said your friend is dead. And do you plan to go to Austria? The general is devising a rescue plan. He'll save our comrades when he's ready." Steve shouted resolutely, "By the time he's ready, it'll be too late." With that, he loaded his possessions, including the makeshift shield, into a jeep and turned to Peggy. "Is it true what you said, that I have a greater mission?" Peggy nodded earnestly. "It's true," she affirmed. "Then you'll let me go." Steve hopped into the jeep, ready to drive off, but Peggy stopped him in his tracks. "I can actually be of more help to you." The two exchanged glances, and Alex rolled his eyes. "Unbelievable." Peggy contacted Howard, and his company's medium-sized plane flew in from behind. By nightfall, Steve, Peggy, and Alex were already on the plane. Peggy gave Howard a puzzled look and asked, "Why in the world did you bring this kid along?" "Don't worry, this kid is smarter than any of us and won't get himself killed," Howard replied, completely untroubled. "He's just a kid. What if something goes wrong?" Peggy protested. "Have you ever seen a kid who can take on a group of grown soldiers?" Howard retorted. Peggy was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. She had spent a few days with Alex and knew firsthand about his strength and intelligence, but his appearance was indeed deceiving. At that moment, the enemy spotted the aircraft, and anti-aircraft shells started exploding around it. Steve gripped his parachute tightly and leaped out of the plane. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Alex followed closely and jumped as well. "Alex!" Peggy shouted, pulling at the hatch. "Damn it! This kid!" Howard, who had clearly seen Alex jump out, grew frustrated. How could he forget that Alex had escaped from a Nazi concentration camp? Wasn't that the same as throwing him into the enemy's hands? All Howard could do was hope that Alex's abilities would be of some use. The descent was perilous, but to Alex, it was a trivial matter. He could easily shrug off bullets hitting his body, and even if he were hit by a shell, it wouldn't harm him. As for Steve, Alex had no worries. The protagonist couldn't just die like this, after all. Alex utilized his magnetic field manipulation to float in the air and land gracefully without the need for a parachute. Steve, on the other hand, was surprised to find Alex standing beside him after landing. "Stay behind me." Steve pulled Alex close, shielding him from the Nazis. Steve led Alex through the jungle. He wasn't entirely surprised by Alex's calm demeanor. After all, Alex had always been a mystery. According to Peggy's previous information, they were getting close to Hydra's factory. As it came into view, Steve began to contemplate how they could infiltrate it silently. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Infiltration and Revenge. Several observation decks surrounding the factory were equipped with searchlights scanning the area. Instead of barbed wire, the fence had a sturdy steel wire mesh. In the darkness, Steve pinpointed the main factory building, belching black smoke, with heavily armed soldiers patrolling its perimeter. Steve contemplated how to infiltrate without drawing attention. Walking in and asking for the release of the captives wasn't an option. Suddenly, 3 trucks pulled up at the entrance, their headlights cutting through the darkness. Steve's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity. He turned to Alex and cautioned, "Stay here and don't move. It's too dangerous inside. You shouldn't take any risks." With that, he stealthily approached the nearest truck, planning to use it as a disguise. However, when he opened the vehicle's door, he found 2 occupants. Steve acted swiftly, incapacitating the pair and leaving them unconscious on the road. "You should have tied them up instead of tossing them out. It would have bought us more time before our presence is discovered." Alex's voice came from behind Steve. Startled, Steve turned to Alex, his tone anxious. "Didn't I tell you to stay put? It's dangerous here. Go back." Steve hadn't even noticed Alex's approach. If Alex hadn't spoken, he might not have noticed him at all. "Haha, don't worry about me. I have a score to settle with these Nazis. A blood feud," Alex replied lightly. His parents in this life had been killed in a Nazi concentration camp, their bodies incinerated as fuel, leaving no trace behind. Now as Alex, he was determined to exact his revenge. Steve sighed and said, "Follow me, and I'll do my best to keep you safe." Alex's lips twitched. "Protect? We will see who is gonna protect whom." After a brief pause, the truck started moving again, entering the factory with Steve on board. Once he was sure the coast was clear, Steve leaped from the truck and helped Alex slip into the shadows. As they ventured further into the factory, they encountered more structures and soldiers. Spotting 2 Hydra soldiers escorting a long line of captives through the factory, Steve followed them into a barracks. One guard took the prisoners inside, while the other stood watch at the entrance. Steve swiftly incapacitated the Hydra soldier with a series of kicks and slipped into the cell with the captives. After Steve's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he was taken aback by what he saw. The barracks was a veritable nightmare. Inside, dozens of circular cages imprisoned countless prisoners, likely numbering in the hundreds. It became evident that Hydra had captured far more than just Unit 107. Steve needed to relay this information to Philip, but his first priority was to free the prisoners. Above the cages, a raised platform hosted a guard who patrolled back and forth. Steve silently ascended the platform and swiftly subdued the guard with a powerful blow. The guard toppled from the platform, creating a loud noise that drew the bewildered attention of the captives below. One of the soldiers in the cages examined Steve closely, scrutinizing his helmet and shield, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm Captain America," Steve replied. Suddenly, a chorus of skepticism erupted. Wasn't Captain America supposed to be a dancing joker? Steve sighed, understanding their doubts. He was determined to prove them wrong. Steve found the cage keys on the unconscious guard, tossed one to Alex, and said, "These are for you." Each cage bore a number, and the corresponding keys matched. Steve and Alex diligently unlocked every single cage, releasing the prisoners who stumbled out, their legs and feet tingling from being confined for so long. After ensuring everyone was freed, Steve inquired, "Is there anyone else?" "There's an isolation ward," a soldier informed Steve, "on the ground floor of the factory." Steve nodded and led Alex toward the factory's ground floor. He instructed the newly liberated soldiers to locate weapons and secure the remaining guards while he and Alex ventured deeper into the factory. Hydra's forces were still oblivious to the attack, but that wouldn't last. Steve still had someone to save, and he couldn't find Bucky among the released prisoners. Steve and Alex moved stealthily through the shadows, avoiding group after group of enemy soldiers, until they reached the factory's main entrance. Steve incapacitated 2 Hydra soldiers with his shield, gaining access to the factory. Inside, the factory was filled with weaponry. Steve spotted numerous crates containing bombs, some of which appeared to be in various stages of production. The further he ventured, the more crates he encountered. Piles of ammunition were scattered around, and upon closer examination, Steve realized that these bombs and cartridges emitted a distinctive blue glow, reminiscent of the super soldier serum. Steve pocketed one of the cartridges and continued cautiously until he reached an office on the other side of the hangar. Alex observed the proliferation of ammunition and the pulsating blue light, suspecting that it was connected to the energy of the Tesseract. The Tesseract, a space gem in the Marvel Universe. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Rescue Bucky. Alex may not have been familiar with the ammunition he discovered, but he decided to take an energy block and stash before returning to prepare it for Howard's analysis. Back at the base, Alex couldn't help but contemplate the elusive super soldier serum. Despite 70 years of research, no one had been able to replicate it. He suspected that the serum's secret might lie in its connection to the Tesseract energy. After all, the color of the energy block he had found closely resembled that of the super soldier serum. Observing Steve moving forward, Alex quickly trailed behind. His curiosity about the Tesseract was still burning. Unbeknownst to Steve, the factory they infiltrated served not only as a Hydra base but also as the headquarters of Johann Schmidt. At this moment, Schmidt closely monitored Steve's actions through CCTV. When he heard an explosion outside, he turned to another monitor and witnessed 4 prisoners blasting a hole in the wall. An alarm sounded, and guards rushed in. Schmidt then refocused his attention on Steve. He watched as Steve single-handedly incapacitated dozens of guards, drawing nearer to his office. It was both impressive and infuriating. "Doctor," Schmidt addressed his chief scientist, "prepare for evacuation." Dr. Zola, nervously eyeing the surveillance cameras both inside and outside the factory, replied, "I believe our forces can handle this." "Our forces have been defeated," Schmidt growled. "Let the countdown begin," he added. Schmidt glanced at a control panel and activated a countdown timer. Quietly, he made his way out of the office through a long corridor. It was evident that this switch was for self-destruction. As Steve entered the hallway, he spotted Dr. Zola leaving the office and locking the laboratory door. Steve didn't know the man's identity, but the way Dr. Zola kept looking back at the laboratory door hinted at something crucial. After Zola walked away, Steve discreetly entered the laboratory and sealed the door behind him. Meanwhile, Alex observed Steve and Dr. Zola. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to chase after Zola. However, after a couple of steps, Steve gently laid his hand on Alex's shoulder and advised, "Don't wander off, it's dangerous here. Follow me." Alex had other plans, but due to the delay, Dr. Zola had completely disappeared, leaving Alex with no choice but to follow Steve into the laboratory. In the laboratory, an abundance of documents and archives cluttered the surroundings, while shelves held various specimen bottles. The lab's monitor emitted a steady beep, and in the center of the room, a massive iron cage with a rusty drain pipe attached to it drew Steve's attention. He noticed a man's back inside the cage, and the man had fallen to the ground. Upon hearing Steve's footsteps, the man spoke, his voice hoarse. "Barnes. Sergeant James Barnes," he croaked. Steve was taken aback by the hoarse but familiar voice. The man fell silent for a moment before asking, "Who? Who are you?" Steve hurried over, squatting down beside the cage. It was really Bucky. Despite the scars and gray hair, Bucky was alive. Steve shattered the cage's door lock with a powerful punch, extended his hand into the cage, and exclaimed excitedly, "It's me, Bucky." "Steve," Bucky said, scrutinizing his friend's new appearance carefully. "I thought you were dead," Steve confessed. "I thought you were shorter than me," Bucky replied with a hint of humor. With Steve's assistance, he got up and stepped out of the cage. The two of them stood facing each other, and Bucky couldn't believe his eyes. This was not the Steve he remembered. Compared to the skinny Brooklyn boy he grew up with, this Steve was taller, faster, and stronger. Now, the tables had turned, and it was Steve's turn to rescue him. A remarkable twist of fate. "All right, we can catch up later. For now, we need to prepare to escape," Alex interjected as he observed the heartfelt reunion. "You're the kid from the Future World Expo. You were captured by the Nazis too." Bucky looked at Alex in surprise. Before Alex could respond, an explosion rocked the laboratory. Steve put his arm around Bucky and guided him out of the lab. However, he glanced at a map on the wall from the corner of his eye. He paused, noting that the European layout on the map was marked with Hydra symbols. Committing the information to memory, Steve hurried back to Bucky as another explosion reverberated through the facility. He called out to Alex and declared, "Alex, we need to get out of here." Successive explosions rattled the factory, making a swift escape increasingly challenging. As they retreated along the corridor, Bucky kept bombarding Steve with questions. He suspected that Steve had undergone some form of treatment or experiment. His transformation couldn't have occurred naturally. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Ability revealed. "Does it hurt?" Bucky asked Steve while they navigated through the crumbling building, narrowly avoiding a falling ceiling. "A little bit," Steve replied, wincing. "Is it permanent?" Bucky inquired. "So far, it is," Steve confirmed. Alex, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Their exchange was quite unexpected. After all, discussing matters related to pain and permanence didn't seem to fit the intense situation they were in. As they reached a stairwell, they faced a choice: ascend a narrow passage or descend to the ground level. Steve was about to head downstairs when a series of explosions rocked the building, causing a large wall to collapse on the stairs, blocking their way down. With no other option, they had to go up. Steve dragged the weakened Bucky into the passageway, where they could hear soldiers outside engaged in a fierce battle against Hydra forces. More explosions echoed, leaving Steve's ears ringing. When the smoke cleared, they spotted someone standing in front of them. It was the leader of Hydra, Johann Schmidt. "Captain America, how thrilling," Schmidt remarked, a hint of mockery in his voice. He held a titanium box in his hand. "I'm a huge fan of yours," Schmidt sneered before passing the box to the scientist in the white coat that Steve had seen earlier. Schmidt took a step closer, and Steve followed suit. "So the experiment succeeded in the end," Schmidt observed, looking Steve up and down with surprise. "Although there's been no improvement, it's still quite impressive." Steve's anger flared at Schmidt's words. With a fierce roar, he threw a punch, sending Schmidt stumbling back a few steps. "You'll see," Steve retorted. Schmidt broke into a wide smile, seeming pleased with Steve's reaction. He retaliated by throwing a punch at Steve, who quickly raised his shield to block the attack. As Steve lowered his shield, he noticed a clear fist-shaped dent in it. Just as he was about to retrieve his pistol and take aim at Schmidt, the Hydra leader delivered a powerful blow that sent Steve crashing to the ground. Steve watched his pistol fly out of his grasp, turned his head to see Schmidt, and responded by kicking Schmidt squarely in the chest. The force of the kick propelled Schmidt backward, creating some much-needed distance between them. As the doctor saw Steve and Schmidt engage in a confrontation, he hastily rushed to the aisle console and pressed a switch. The aisle separated, creating a gap between the two adversaries. Simultaneously, Steve and Schmidt both stood up. Schmidt locked eyes with Steve and declared, "No matter what Erkins may tell you, I am his most successful creation." With a wicked grin, Schmidt extended his hand and began to peel off his face, revealing a gruesome red skeletal visage underneath. "Did you become like him?" Bucky asked, his voice filled with concern. Upon witnessing this horrifying transformation, both Steve and Bucky couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Schmidt proceeded to spew a barrage of nonsensical rhetoric to Steve. Then, without wasting a moment, Schmidt turned and entered an elevator adjacent to him, and the elevator doors swiftly closed. Schmidt had escaped, leaving them trapped in this dire situation. Further explosions rocked the environment, causing the walkway beneath their feet to tremble. There was no time to deal with Schmidt. They had to make a hasty escape or risk perishing in the chaos. Without hesitation, Steve scooped up Alex and sprinted upwards, while Bucky stepped onto the crossbar first and made his way across. Just as Bucky traversed the beam, another explosion reverberated, causing the beam to collapse. Alex raised his hand, manipulating the magnetic field to levitate the beam back into place. Observing Alex's actions, Steve was taken aback and inquired, "What's going on with you? Do you really want to know?" "I'm the sole survivor of a drug experiment in a Nazi concentration camp," Alex replied with a nonchalant tone. After all, there were numerous Nazi concentration camps, making it difficult to discern which one he had been subjected to. Steve's expression contorted with intense hatred at the mention of this vile Nazi experimentation. How could such a young child endure such cruel experiments? It was an affront to humanity. Those damn Nazis. Steve clenched his teeth in anger. Steve balanced himself on the beam and joined Bucky's side. Bucky gazed at Alex in astonishment. Alex urged, "You must keep this secret. They can't find out about my ability." "I don't want to be a lab rat again." "Absolutely, your secret is safe with us," Steve assured him with a smile and a thumbs up. "I'm not much of a chatterbox either. This secret will stay buried with me," Bucky chimed in, placing a hand over his lips and miming a zipper, chuckling softly. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Return. After Schmidt's departure, the Hydra forces in the area were no match for the guerrillas. They swiftly stormed the gate, gathering weapons and uniting. "Let's go, head home," Steve called out to the group of soldiers. The soldiers erupted in cheers, thanking Steve for their rescue. A contingent of over 400 people marched toward the U.S. military base in a resolute manner. Though they were relatively few in number, their advanced technology outstripped the current era by hundreds of years. They had boldly cut through the battlefield, heading for the U.S. military base in Europe. Colonel Phillips sat in front of a typewriter, his fingers hovering over the keys in hesitation and uncertainty. He took a deep breath and resumed typing. Congressman Brandt, I regret to inform you that Captain Steve Rogers has been killed. Seeing Peggy Carter standing in the doorway, he stopped typing. Peggy appeared weary and mournful, clutching an aerial photograph of the bombed Hydra military base in her hand. There's no sign of activity, she reported. Phillips shot her a cold, disapproving glare. She had gone against her superior's orders to assist Steve in what seemed like an impossible task. While Philip had never been particularly fond of Steve, he didn't believe the young man should have been thrust into such a challenging mission. He wasn't ready, despite the title of Captain preceding his name. I can't move Stark, Philip finally spoke after a tense silence. He's an arms dealer. He's wealthy. You're neither, Peggy responded, nodding. She had anticipated Philip's response. To be honest, she didn't care. Not at all. Now that Steve was gone. You'll receive my resignation letter tomorrow morning, Peggy announced. Then she hesitated, as if uncertain whether to continue, and added, I don't mean to disrespect you, sir, but I don't regret my choice. I believe Captain Rogers wouldn't have regretted it either. I took a gamble on you, Phillips said, unmoved by Peggy's words. Now the golden boy of the United States and many others are dead. All because you fell in love with him. Peggy was about to offer a retort when a commotion erupted outside. Soldiers rushed past the tent, shouting excitedly. Peggy and Philip walked to the window to see what was happening. The camp's gate had swung open, and beyond it was Captain America, battered but resolute, bearing scars. Steve and Bucky were making their way toward the camp, trailed by the comrades they had rescued, followed by a diverse caravan carrying the wounded and ill. Despite their initial embarrassment, the returning American prisoners of war were filled with high spirits. They had every reason to be proud, having not only been rescued but also having engaged in a heroic battle, captured advanced enemy weapons, and destroyed Hydra's weapon factory. As they approached the barracks, their fellow American soldiers spontaneously made way for them, allowing the victorious returnees to enter the camp. Inside the camp, Steve pushed his way through the enthusiastic crowd until he reached Phillips and Carter. Colonel, Steve addressed Philip with a military salute. Some of the soldiers need medical attention. Phillips nodded, and Steve continued, I am prepared to accept any punishment. Phillips regarded Steve, then glanced at the soldiers stumbling into the camp, and back at Steve. Despite the scars, Steve's eyes held a certain wariness. The attack on the Hydra factory had changed him, transforming him into a different man, no longer the same Steve. It won't be necessary, Phillips finally stated. Sir, How many orders are you going to disobey, Captain? Phillips bellowed, then walked away, leaving Steve in contemplation. Phillips had addressed him as Captain, a sign that perhaps he had accepted Steve's new role. Congratulations, Steve. Let me tell you, gold is always gold. It shines every time, Alex congratulated with a smile. Surrounded by fellow soldiers, they patted Steve on the back and congratulated him. As they began to chant Captain Steve's name, the crowd pushed aside the area where Carter stood. With Alex standing next to Steve, no one could push him away. Steve couldn't help but smile. Since he first donned the Captain America uniform, this was the first time he truly felt like a hero. It was an incredible feeling. Ah, there you are, kid. Finally, I've found you. Today, you're coming back to the United States with me. It's time you learned to listen to me, Howard exclaimed, grabbing Alex and scolding him. Howard had been filled with guilt after Alex's sudden appearance on the battlefield. He regretted agreeing to the kid's request and was haunted by the thought that if Alex had perished in combat, he would have carried the guilt for the rest of his life. Alex sensed Howard's concern and felt a warm fondness for the man. As for the ear-pulling, he could reluctantly forgive him. Even though Alex was to be sent back to the United States, the journey would take a full day by plane. After all, he was a billionaire. He couldn't be expected to endure discomfort. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. The Bomb. Steve returned to the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve Department to provide a report. A newspaper on his desk displayed the headline, Captain America to be awarded the Medal of Honor. Steve had little interest in attending any ceremonies. He was too busy. Under the watchful eyes of Peggy and Howard, he recited the coordinates of all the Hydra military bases from memory. Latitude 40 degrees 23 minutes north, Steve stated, looking at the other two and adding, I just took a quick look. Peggy smiled, noting the subtle changes in their relationship since Steve's victorious return. Sparks of attraction between them could ignite at any moment. No one is perfect, she quipped, blinking playfully. Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that they should focus on the occasion at hand. However, as Alex reached into his pocket, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of melancholy. The little device, about the thickness of an adult's middle finger, held a faint sadness for him. Colonel Phillips entered the room and, as he approached, glanced at the map and the blueprint Steve had brought back from the Hydra factory. Do you have any idea what this is? Phillips asked. Howard, growing impatient with Steve's flirting with Carter, was eager to change the subject. According to Rogers, this is the most powerful explosive in history, Howard replied with a hint of bitterness. He had always prided himself on creating the most potent inventions, but this time, he felt defeated. Howard carefully picked up the blueprint with a pair of pliers. If Schmidt hadn't rewritten the laws of physics, this would be the stuff of fiction. Howard trailed off. Schmidt's delusions about gods and other worlds didn't hold any factual basis. Alex knew that the Tesseract was Odin's treasure, related to Asgard, a place far advanced in science and technology compared to Earth. Howard shook his head and sighed. I dare say if they had enough of this, the war would be over. His words hung heavy in the room. It was a critical moment in the war, and if there were many such blueprints, it could lead to global destruction, with Hydra reigning supreme. Phillips moved to the map and examined the X marking the Hydra camp, his expression filled with gravity. Then we'd better secure all this intel, Phillips said as he gripped the edge of the table, studying the map. Is this the location of all the Hydra factories? Steve set down his pencil and shook his head. Not all of them. Sergeant Barnes, mentioned that Hydra moved most of the bombs to a different location. They're not marked on this map, Steve added. Bucky had overheard many of Hydra's secrets while he was imprisoned in the laboratory cage. Upon his return, he had shared everything he could remember, and this information was among the most crucial. The room fell into silence once more as everyone contemplated the existence of these powerful and inhumane bombs. They knew they had to secure them before Schmidt could utilize them. Even though they didn't know the precise location of the bombs, they had Steve's map and knowledge of other Hydra military bases. Destroying these bases might make Schmidt more vulnerable. Colonel Phillips turned to Steve and smiled, asking, What do you think, Rogers? Can you use this map to take down Hydra? Steve returned the smile. This was precisely what he intended to do, and he had already formulated a plan for the perfect team. This little guy here has provided me with enough material to study for quite a while. Once my plane arrives, we can leave Europe immediately. This little fellow isn't a cause for concern, Howard remarked, holding a magazine with a sky blue hue. It's quite astonishing. A 10-year-old infiltrated a Hydra base and returned alive. It's truly remarkable, Colonel Phillips teased, not forgetting the embarrassment Alex had caused him. Cut it out, Alex retorted, rolling his eyes while holding a book. Controlled by Alex's magnetic field, all the guns had turned into scrap metal, leaving the disarmed soldiers with no option but to surrender. Alex absent-mindedly stroked his chin, realizing that he now had the power to single-handedly control a war, not to mention his extraordinary physical capabilities. Only Howard, Steve, and Bucky were privy to his abilities. It was almost like he was operating undercover. After all, a 10-year-old boy infiltrating a Hydra factory and returning unharmed was truly astonishing. Alex has been very cooperative and helpful, Steve interjected. Oh, come on. If you praise him too much, he'll think it's a license to do as he pleases next time. You can't spoil kids like that, Howard advised sagely. Alex was speechless and promptly got up from his chair, heading for the exit. He can't stand these guys treating him like a kid. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Back to America. The next morning, Steve reported to Howard's office as required, but Howard was not there yet. A young blonde woman sat at the desk and informed him that Howard would be arriving shortly. She introduced herself as Lorraine, a first-class soldier with a triple D assets. "All the women in the United States owe you a debt of gratitude," she remarked, standing up and approaching Steve seductively. "Since they're not here." Before Steve could react, Lorraine moved closer and kissed him. Steve initially resisted but eventually gave in to those assets and kissed her back. However, it wasn't Lorraine he wanted to kiss. It was Peggy, who happened to be standing in the room at that very moment. Peggy had entered the office and witnessed Steve kissing another woman. The cold expression on her face could have frozen the room. She turned and stormed out in anger, with Steve in pursuit. "Peggy!" Steve called out, "Please wait." But it was in vain. Peggy had no intention of stopping for him. "She's jealous, which means you have a shot," Alex remarked jokingly, watching Steve's flustered state. Steve sighed and returned to Howard's office to wait, muttering, "This isn't a good start. If Peggy isn't interested in you, she wouldn't care who you kissed," Alex chuckled. "You're right. I'll make amends with Peggy," Steve replied. "Chasing after her like a puppy won't help," Alex teased in a hushed tone. "What did you say?" "Oh, you must have misheard me." After a few minutes, Howard Stark finally arrived. He led Steve into his laboratory, where technicians were unpacking various weapons. Futuristic machines were being installed, reminiscent of what Steve had seen at the Tomorrow's Fair. Howard paid no attention to the others and went to a less crowded corner of the laboratory, where something that resembled a suit lay on a table. Steve tilted his head, intrigued. "Sleeves with micro-wire mesh," Howard explained, pointing to the arm portion of the uniform. "The chest contains a titanium alloy plate, and, wait." Steve's eyes widened as he observed Howard picking up a gray material from the other side of the table. It was his specially designed combat uniform. Following Steve's gaze, Howard explained, "Carbon polymer, flexible, fire-resistant, and heat-insulated. It can withstand ordinary sabers, but it won't stop bullets or Hydra's weapons." Howard then approached a cart filled with semi-finished shields. Some of the shields were equipped with various gadgets. One had a light, and another appeared to have camouflage capabilities. I considered several improvements, but in the end, Howard pulled back the tarp covering the cart, revealing a very powerful shield. It was light, well-balanced, and virtually indestructible. This shield could be considered the perfect symbol of offense and defense for the United States, and was the most iconic and trusted weapon of Captain America. Steve cautiously reached out to touch the smooth surface of the shield and then tapped it, producing a crisp sound. "It's made of vibranium," Howard informed Steve. "It's 100 times harder than steel, but only a third of the weight." Steve lifted the shield and attached it to his arm, listening as Stark continued to explain its properties. "It can absorb all vibrations. Bullets feel like cotton balls hitting it." A smile spread across Steve's face. This was the weapon he needed. As he turned around, he spotted Peggy walking toward him. Steve was about to offer an explanation when Peggy picked up a gun and pointed it directly at him. She fired without saying a word, seemingly wanting to release all her pent-up anger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in quick succession, but all the bullets that hit the shield fell to the ground harmlessly. Steve hid behind the shield, staring at Peggy with a bewildered expression. Howard also retreated, looking frightened. "It seems like it's the real deal," Peggy remarked before putting down the gun and walking away with a smile. "It looks like you're in for a tough time," Alex teased. Howard still had lingering fear in his eyes. He was relieved that he hadn't provoked Peggy further. Otherwise, his future attempts at romantic pursuits might be painful. Messing around behind her back? She'd shoot at him. The two men watched as Peggy walked away with shocked expressions. "I have a design drawing for a combat uniform," Steve said, handing Howard the drawing. "Consider it done, buddy," Howard replied, taking the drawing and promising to have it ready in just 3 hours. Steve donned the combat uniform he had designed and led his roaring commando team to begin dismantling Hydra's base. Meanwhile, a plane from the United States had also landed at London Airport. Howard escorted Alex onto the plane, and they began their journey to the United States. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Charles. Howard sat on the sofa, eyeing Alex as he spoke candidly. "Maybe it was a mistake bringing you to Europe. I know your parents died at the hands of the Nazis, but you must understand that you are still young and can take revenge in the future. Seeing Alex's lack of reaction, Howard sighed and continued, I know you're intelligent, perhaps not great at getting along with kids your age, but you're going to school now, right here in New York City. You may protest all you want, but it will be a good cover-up. After saying this, Howard left for his laboratory on the plane. Alex shrugged, resigned to the fact that he had to go to school. He didn't expect to be reborn only to be stuck with the burdens of school. Well, it's not that bad at all. He can take that time to relax and get a grip on his new life. The flight back to the United States went smoothly, taking only 7 or 8 hours. Upon landing at Howard's private tarmac, it was already midnight. Howard made a phone call, and Alex's admission procedures were swiftly completed. Well, get a good night's sleep. You'll be heading to school tomorrow, and I hope you'll get along well with your classmates. Howard yawned and went into the bedroom. Early the next morning, the driver was instructed to take Alex to Manhattan Elementary School in New York City. In the United States, elementary school typically spans 6 years. Students start school at the age of 6, and there is 12 years of compulsory education, allowing them to graduate at the age of 18, either for further studies at a university or entering the workforce. Given Alex's age, if he were to start school directly, he would be considered a transfer student and could enter the 4th grade immediately. However, with his enhanced physique from the super soldier genetic enhancement, mastering the curriculum and retaining the information was a simple task. Master, we have arrived at Manhattan Elementary School. I'll take you to the registration office, Jarvis, the butler announced, stopping the car and turning to Alex. Thank you, Jarvis, Alex replied. It was the year 1942, with Captain America frozen in ice, and still about 2 or 3 years before the end of World War II in 1945. In other words, when the story of X-Men first begins, it spans about 20 years, the period from 1942 to 1962. As Alex walked into a classroom behind Jarvis, his mind raced with wild thoughts. This classroom was spacious compared to a typical classroom, accommodating only 20 students, making it appear quite empty. It was an elite school after all. This is a new student who transferred from another school, Alex Stark. Charles, please take care of him, the teacher instructed. Sure, teacher. A young boy replied. The name Charles suddenly caught Alex's attention. He was immersed in thought, remembering the plot of the first battle of X-Men, which included a young Charles Xavier. Fuck, is it really Professor X? Alex wondered as he walked over to Charles and took a seat. Hello, my name is Charles Xavier, Charles introduced himself, extending his hand to Alex. Hello, Charles. I'm Alex, Alex replied, shaking Charles's hand. Charles was indeed born in New York, the United States, and due to his abilities, he went on to study genetics at Oxford University. In the X-Men storyline, Charles also took in Mystique, whose real name was Raven. Although many people share the same name and surname, this coincidence intrigued Alex. All he needed was a piece of Charles's hair to confirm his suspicions. You seem to know me? Charles asked suddenly. Alex looked surprised, wondering how Charles had discovered his thoughts. He immediately remembered Charles's psychic powers and replied, You read my thoughts? Charles's expression also changed. He hadn't expected this classmate to possess such keen perception. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Charles quickly apologized, appearing flustered like any elementary school student caught in an awkward situation. Don't worry, we're the same kind, Alex reassured him, raising his hand to make a steel ruler spin in the palm of his hand. Charles looked at Alex in amazement, his eyes filled with warmth. Oh my God, I thought I was the only one with this kind of ability, Charles exclaimed excitedly. Alex smiled faintly, placing a hand on Charles's shoulder, plucking a strand of his hair, and adding it to his system's resource library. This was indeed a surprise. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Conversation. Alex began attending school from the very start of this academic year, which meant he had to introduce himself to the class again. This experience felt somewhat tedious to him. The female teacher on the stage explained the day's schedule to the students. In the relatively stable law and order of the 1950s, which contrasted with the prevalence of supervillains and crime gangs in the 21st century, Alex had initially intended to attend school as instructed by Howard for a few days, and then skip classes to study in the library. However, Charles Xavier's presence was an unexpected surprise. This interruption forced Alex to listen to the instructor's announcements. Alex, what is your ability? Young Charles lowered his voice and inquired. My ability is magnetic control. I also prefer not to have others pry into my thoughts and memories. It's rather unpleasant, Alex replied. He thought it was better to establish communication with the future Professor X. I apologize. I was just curious because you feel different from others, and it piqued my curiosity. I didn't intend to read your thoughts, Charles said apologetically. That might be because we're both mutants, part of the same kind, Alex chuckled in response. That's right, Charles smiled. Charles, did you hear what I just said? Suddenly, the female teacher on the stage called out Charles's name. Yes, teacher. The named Charles stood up reluctantly. Charles, repeat what I just said, the female teacher instructed. Her arms crossed as she looked at Charles. Today's lesson plan is to read a book for an hour and a half, write a post-reading article, study probability and statistics, take a test, delve into the history of the United States in the afternoon, and discuss the impact of war on people worldwide. We'll also study biology and dissect frogs. And in fine art class, we'll draw the Statue of Liberty, Alex whispered quietly beside Charles. Charles immediately shot Alex a thankful glance and promptly recited the teacher's instructions. The female teacher nodded and allowed Charles to sit down, satisfied that he had paid attention. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble with the teacher. And that would have been embarrassing. Charles expressed his gratitude, his face still flushed with relief. Clearly, Charles had already begun to consider Alex as a good friend. You're welcome, anytime, Alex replied with a faint smile. Kids are so easy to win over. Soon, the morning assembly came to an end, and it was now time for various activities. Students had the option to either play or have breakfast. Officially, my name is Charles Xavier. I've never believed that I'm the only one who's different in the world. Now that you're here, we're the same kind, Charles said, extending his hand towards Alex. You can call me Alex Stark or simply Alex, Alex replied, shaking Charles's hand with a light chuckle. Charles, the future Professor X, was just a young and innocent boy at this point. Alex Stark? Is your father Howard Stark? Charles asked curiously. Howard Stark is my adoptive father. I see. The two mutants found they had more in common, and their conversation flowed easily. Sitting together, their bond was growing stronger. In the United States, news about Captain America was widespread, and Charles seemed to regard himself as Captain America's biggest fan. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Mind Power. Alex was pleased to have made a connection with Charles and learned that Charles lived with only his mother. This realization offered him a glimmer of hope regarding the situation with Raven. Maybe he had a chance with her. After a day at elementary school, Alex didn't find the academic experience particularly enriching. If it weren't for his budding friendship with Charles and the possibility of meeting Raven, he might have contemplated skipping school entirely. With his exceptional brain power, he believed he could easily teach himself the material and absorb knowledge at an astonishing rate. Being seated next to Charles was a bonus, as it allowed them to become acquainted more quickly. Their shared status as mutants certainly helped foster a positive relationship between them. Alex, see you tomorrow, Charles said as he picked up his school bag. Sure, see you tomorrow, Alex replied, watching Charles as he left. He felt a strange urge to take a picture of Charles and show it to him in the future. As Alex sat in the back seat of the car, his mind was abuzz with thoughts. He couldn't help but ponder the extent of Charles's mental powers. He realized that, with his enhanced mental abilities, he might surpass Charles in psychic prowess. Master, how was your first day of school? Jarvis inquired as he drove. It was bearable. I met an interesting individual, Alex replied casually. Jarvis nodded, understanding the situation quite well as Howard's trusted butler. He was aware of Alex's unique circumstances and the likelihood that the interesting individual was also a mutant. Back at Howard's villa, Alex found himself frustrated with the homework, which he completed in just 10 minutes. His sudden return to a student's life after his previous experiences was disheartening. Though his brain effortlessly retained formulas and theories, Alex contemplated the possibility of further enhancing his abilities by integrating Charles's psychic powers. Gene gathering, Alex uttered as he entered the bathroom. Scanning. Successful scanning. Gathering. Successful gathering. Strength enhancement detected. The system's voice responded, prompting Alex to confirm his decision. Enhance. Enhancement initiated. Successful enhancement. Would you like to integrate? Integrate. Alex agreed, ready for the process. In the next moment, his eyes widened, and veins on his hands visibly throbbed as the integration began. The pain was excruciating, not just the physical agony of being torn apart, but also the mental anguish that felt like his brain was shattering. Despite the suffering, Alex remained conscious and counted himself fortunate to possess the super soldier gene, which had granted him physical enhancements. Without them, the pain would have been even more unbearable. After what seemed like an eternity, Alex managed to stand up from the ground, and much of the blood had flowed away. He looked at his reflection in the mirror, shocked by the blood. After cleaning off all the bloodstains, Alex felt better than ever. His mind was clear, his memory and cognitive abilities sharper than before. It struck him that Charles had the power to read minds within a range of about 250 miles, approximately 402 kilometers, and could create illusions and manipulate thoughts. Now, Alex's mental abilities had been enhanced, and he realized that his range extended to 300 miles. He knew that Charles had been considered exceptionally powerful at 250 miles, but Alex was confident that he would surpass Charles when he reached his peak potential. Unfolding his mental power, Alex unintentionally tapped into the thoughts of everyone nearby, inundating his mind with a flood of information that left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Quickly retracting his mental power, Alex sighed in relief. No wonder Charles rarely used this ability anymore. Having everyone's thoughts rush into his mind was an incredibly uncomfortable experience. After cleaning the bloodstains from his body, Alex lay down on his bed and fell asleep. It was the body's natural way of regulating itself. Alex awoke early in the morning, feeling refreshed, with a clear mind and heightened mental acuity. Things that had puzzled him in the past suddenly made sense. He realized why Charles had become a professor. Mental abilities could significantly boost one's IQ and thinking skills. With his current abilities and self-study, Alex believed he could easily earn a PhD. The combination of super soldier genes and enhanced mental powers felt like an unfair advantage. In truth, Alex found elementary school to be rather dull given his current capabilities. He could absorb knowledge at a glance. If it weren't for the future events involving Professor X and Mystique, Alex would have little motivation to continue attending school. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Raven, edited. Oh my god! Captain America just took down another Hydra factory. It's mind-blowing, Charles exclaimed as he pored over the report on Steve's latest heroics. In this era, the allure of heroism runs deep, and people can't help but admire characters like Captain America. Steve, who used to be a nobody, has transformed into a true hero. You talking about Steve? I know the guy. Need an autograph? I can hook you up, Alex grinned, a hint of amusement in his voice. Really? That would be amazing, thank you. Charles replied, his excitement evident. I was actually with Steve on that Hydra mission. We busted into the factory and rescued around 400 soldiers, Alex added, shifting the conversation to his exploits. Wait, is this the same mission where you single-handedly saved over 400 prisoners of war? Charles asked in disbelief. Absolutely. If you want the details, I can spill the beans, but it's gotta stay between us, top secret stuff, Alex replied with a conspiratorial tone in his voice. Count on me. I won't spill a word. But how did you even end up on the battlefield? Charles inquired. Went with my adoptive father, Alex explained briefly. That's cool. If I ever get the chance, I want to be on the battlefield, taking down Nazis. Charles expressed his enthusiasm. You'll have your shot, Alex assured him with confidence. Hey, Alex, swing by my place today. You can share some stories about Captain, Charles invited. Alex flashed a smile. Absolutely. We're friends, right? Definitely. Friends it is, Charles responded happily. He always believed that mutants were like a family, and inviting friends over was just a natural extension. Despite Charles's solid family background, there was a mystery surrounding his father. The household consisted of Charles, his mother, and no sign of Mystique as of yet, at least according to Alex's guess. Later that night, Alex, awakened by a bathroom urge, ventured out of his room. He noticed the kitchen light still on, accompanied by a faint sound, piquing his curiosity. Charles suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and swiftly exited the room, brandishing a baseball bat. "Did you catch that, Alex?" Charles inquired, directing his gaze at his companion while leaving the room. "Heard some shuffling. Perhaps a daring thief taking advantage of the affluent neighborhood," Alex responded casually, the scenario feeling all too familiar, hinting at Raven's possible involvement. Armed with a baseball bat, Charles cautiously approached the origin of the sound, the kitchen. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged woman in a vibrant red dress rummaging through the refrigerator. A sigh of relief escaped Charles as he questioned, "Mom, what are you up to?" Observing the middle-aged woman, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Charles's mother, Alex couldn't help but suspect the presence of Mystique Raven in disguise. Charles, still on edge, approached his supposed mother and expressed, "I thought we had an intruder." With a warm smile, the imposter closed the refrigerator door hastily, reassuring, "Didn't mean to startle you, sweetheart. Just grabbed a snack. Now off to bed, my darlings." The unsettling encounter left both Charles and Alex staring at the shapeshifter, puzzled by the unexpected twist. Undeterred, the imposter insisted, "What's the matter? Off to bed, you two. I'll whip up a cup of hot chocolate for you." Charles, visibly angry, introduced Alex to the imposter, questioning her presence in his house. "He's my classmate, Alex. Who are you, and why are you here? What have you done to my mother?" Charles's expression darkened as he tapped into his psychic abilities, delving into the imposter's mind. Approaching the shapeshifter with each step, Charles continued, "My mother never steps foot in the kitchen, let alone makes me hot chocolate. She always insists that I do it." Unable to withstand Charles's psychic onslaught, Mystique Raven retreated step by step until she finally revealed her proper form. Mystique, with her distinctive blue skin. Witnessing Raven's remarkable transformation, a pleased Charles couldn't help but flash a smile. He turned to Alex, expressing, "Alex, it seems we've just gained another valuable ally." Alex, fully acknowledging the significance of having Raven on their side, nodded in agreement. The portrayal of Raven by Rebecca Romaine added an extra layer of value to her presence. As Raven, with her piercing gaze, questioned their fear, Charles responded with a light-hearted chuckle. "Fear? Quite the opposite, my dear. We thought we were the sole bearers of uniqueness." In response, Alex, with a subtle smile, demonstrated his ability by manipulating the magnetic field. The kitchen came alive as iron objects gracefully levitated under his control. Taking the initiative to formalize their introduction, Charles extended a hand toward Raven. "I'm Charles Xavier." In turn, Alex introduced himself. "My name is Alex, Alex Stark." With that, the current chapter concluded, leaving the readers eager for the unfolding dynamics among Charles, Alex, and their newly acquired ally, Raven. Chapter 30. Morning Service. Edited. "Hello, my name is Raven," she greeted, offering a friendly handshake to the two. A genuine smile adorned her face, surprised and pleased to find others like her in this unexpected encounter. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from Raven's stomach, and a slight blush colored her cheeks, barely noticeable against her unique skin. "Feeling hungry?" Charles asked with concern. Raven nodded eagerly. Charles gestured towards the array of food behind him, saying, "Help yourself to anything you want. No need to resort to stealing. We've got plenty." A broad smile lit up Raven's face. For her, the luxury of being able to eat without worry was a welcome change. "You don't have to resort to stealing anymore. I can provide you with food and help you get an education," Alex chimed in, echoing Charles's sentiment. "Hey, Alex. That was my line," Charles teased, glad to finally have a companion. As for who would support Raven in school and life, it didn't matter. They were both well off anyway. Raven nodded vigorously, not dwelling on the details. As a child, the prospect of food and education was more than enough for her. Alex, on the other hand, recognized the usefulness of Mystique's shape-shifting abilities. Mystique could flawlessly replicate anyone, male or female, including their clothing, accessories, retina, fingerprints, palm prints, skin texture, and vocal cords. It was a potent skill that Alex could leverage in various situations. After spending a night at Charles's house, The weekend arrived, providing 2 days of rest. Alex took Raven back to the Howard villa, explaining the situation to Howard. Though reluctant, Howard agreed, considering it a minor addition to the household. He also assisted Raven in completing the enrollment procedures. The following day, a new blonde girl joined Alex's class. Meanwhile, news about Captain America's exploits in Europe continued to unfold, marking the passage of 3 eventful years. Engaged in covert missions and battling Hydra in the trenches of World War II, Steve found himself facing the ultimate confrontation during the final clash with the Red Skull. The trio had navigated the turbulent years of adolescence, progressing from their school days to the first year of junior high school at Manhattan Middle School. As a close associate of Captain America, Alex received a poignant invitation to attend the hero's memorial service. The news of Captain America's passing hit Charles hard, as much of his character had been shaped by an unwavering admiration for the patriotic icon. Despite the absence of Captain America's body, believed by Alex to be preserved in ice for a future return, he brought Raven and Charles to the memorial service. The trio grappled with the emotional weight of bidding farewell to their superhero. 70 years into the future, Captain America would be thawed out, rejoining the Avengers. However, Alex faced the challenge of explaining this extraordinary event to those in the present. Peggy appeared significantly aged, as if a decade had swiftly slipped through her grasp. The master of ceremonies ascended the stage to deliver the eulogy, emphasizing the absence of a body with only a cloak, a flag-draped coffin, and a tombstone present. The President of the United States personally draped the flag over the coffin, surrounded by attendees who were Captain America's fellow soldiers and comrades, individuals he had rescued during his heroic career. Standing beside Alex, Charles couldn't contain his grief, shedding tears uncontrollably, momentarily silencing his friend. Though Alex and Steve's acquaintance had been brief, the impact was enduring. The concept of being frozen for 70 years seemed to blur the lines between life and death. As soldiers raised Captain America's burial site, a solemn procession commenced, affording the spirit in the sky one last survey of his homeland before the final resting place. Alex trailed behind the entire somber procession, immersed in sorrow that seemed to linger in the air. Amidst the mourning, a peculiar notion occupied his mind. The curious image of Captain America awakening from the ice only to confront his own grave. The thought carried a touch of irony, and a wistful smile played on Alex's lips. Captain America found his final resting place in the Martyrs' Cemetery, and Howard's demeanor reflected profound sorrow. The loss of Captain America, a dear friend, weighed heavily on him. The relentless war had cruelly snatched away this superhuman figure, leaving no trace behind. Howard grappled with the paradox of such an extraordinary being meeting an ordinary end. Driven by an undying hope, Howard embarked on a dual quest, one for the elusive Tesseract and another in search of any hint of Captain America. Alas, his efforts proved futile as he combed the globe for news of the missing hero. Chapter 31. 2 years, edited. In the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed, and the trio's abilities continued to evolve. Charles, originally endowed with psychic abilities, coupled with his already high IQ, was a formidable intellectual force. On the other hand, Alex, with the super soldier gene, pushed his physical prowess to the very limits of human potential. With his augmented psychic powers, Alex's mind functioned like a supercomputer, enabling him to absorb and retain knowledge with extraordinary efficiency. Charles and Alex, aiming for the pinnacle of education, applied to Manhattan High School, a prestigious private institution with an annual tuition fee of $50,000. Alex's exceptional abilities made him an ideal candidate, showcasing near perfection in every aspect of his performance. Charles, though not on the same extraordinary level, still excelled academically. Raven, lacking the ability to cheat like Charles and Alex, displayed an impressive IQ. Entering the same school and sharing classes became a straightforward process for the trio. Alex, how about grabbing a cup of coffee and catching a movie tonight? Raven suggested, resting a hand on Alex's shoulder, her voice filled with anticipation. Absolutely, I'd be delighted, Alex replied with a small, contented smile, finishing up the arrangement of books on his desk. What's the plan for you, Charles? Inquired Alex. With a light chuckle, Alex responded, Options, Charles. You could join us for coffee and a movie, or head home for some well-deserved rest. Playfully, Charles retorted, Come on, I'll find a girl to keep me company. Raven couldn't resist teasing. Charles, you haven't exactly been the poster boy for gentlemanly behavior since we were kids. What girl would go for you? She couldn't forget the day Charles nearly overwhelmed her with psychic powers during their first meeting. Women tended to be cautious, after all. Defending himself with a chuckle, Charles said, Raven, it's been 5 years. Remember the time I almost zapped you with psychic energy? Of course, I remember. Nearly getting killed isn't a pleasant memory, Raven playfully retorted. Shouldn't you two get back to your seats? Class is about to begin, and I've heard the teachers here are quite traditional, Alex reminded them, checking the time. With only 5 minutes left until class, the trio settled into their seats, continuing their conversation with smiles. The atmosphere in classrooms, be it in elementary, middle, or high schools, was more relaxed. Raven occupied the seat to Alex's left, an empty one to his right, while Charles sat in front of Alex, facilitating easy conversation with a simple turn. 2 minutes before class started, a blonde girl rushed into the room. Spotting the only available seat next to Alex, she hurriedly took it. Charles, can you feel it? Alex murmured, a keen awareness settling in as he observed the girl, sensing a marked difference from ordinary individuals. She was undeniably a mutant. Without hesitation, Charles responded, locking eyes with Alex and sharing an understanding nod. Absolutely, he affirmed. Perplexed by the cryptic exchange, Raven, devoid of psychic abilities, couldn't help but inquire, what's with the mysterious talk, guys? Charles, adopting a gentle tone, offered an explanation. She's a mutant too. Chapter 32. Emma, edited. Companion. Raven mused for a moment, then her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she asked, is she a mutant too? Yes, she definitely is. But I'm not sure about her powers yet, Alex replied confidently, rarely making errors in identifying mutants. Hello, my name is Alex. What's your name, and what's your ability? Alex swiftly wrote a small note and placed it in front of the girl. The girl looked at Alex in surprise as she witnessed the pen in his hand spinning. My name is Emma Grace Frost. You can call me Emma, her voice resonated in Alex's ears. Alex was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name. Could this be the same Emma Frost from the Hellfire Club? What an incredible coincidence. Do you also have psychic powers? Charles chimed in. Yes, my ability is diamondization and telepathy. Emma extended her finger, and it instantly transformed into a brilliant diamond. Alex nodded, confirming his suspicion. It was indeed the White Queen Emma Frost from the original story. My ability is psychic power, Charles introduced. Mine is shape-shifting. I can transform into anyone's appearance, Raven added, clearly intrigued by the presence of another female mutant, especially after living for 7 or 8 years as the only one. I possess the ability to copy. I just need a small sample, like hair, blood, or skin, containing complete genetic information, to replicate any ability, Alex explained with a faint smile. Emma, too, was surprised by the diverse abilities displayed by the trio. She had always been alone in her mutant abilities. Alex recalled the background information about Emma. Born into a wealthy family in Boston, the United States, her family life was far from happy. Her father, a ruthless businessman, and her mother, struggling with psychotropic substances, created a cold environment for Emma. The one teacher who had given her hope, Mr. Lane, was fired by her father because of Emma's actions. Due to a series of unfortunate events, Emma found herself distancing from ordinary people, eventually becoming a member of the Hellfire Club. Despite her later tumultuous personal life, Emma had initially been a virtuous young woman before her association with the Hellfire Club. At their current ages, she had yet to undergo those unfortunate experiences. In the crowded classroom, the 4 friends continued their discussion, but the sensitivity of the topic of mutants made it challenging. After school, the quartet walked together. I can't believe it, honestly. I always thought this transformation was unique to me, Emma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Before meeting them, I thought I was the only one, Charles smiled and added. When I first awakened my abilities, I was terrified. I thought I was some kind of freak, Emma emotionally recounted. It had been a long time since she had met friends who truly understood her. A freak? Why would you think that? Look at Raven, Alex gestured toward Raven, who smiled and effortlessly shifted her appearance. "Oh my goodness." Surprise flickered in Emma's eyes. Alex continued, "Do you see this as a freak? No. Quite the opposite. She's beautiful, isn't she? If you want society to accept you, you must first accept yourself." Raven noticed the astonishment in Emma's eyes but remained unfazed. After spending 5 years with Alex, he had instilled many empowering ideas into her. The opinions of others mattered little when she knew she was beautiful in the eyes of the most important person in her life. As for the opinions of the rest of the world, they didn't matter in the slightest. Alex is absolutely right. The majority of people in the world are ordinary, and mutants represent only a small fraction. If we can't embrace ourselves, how can we expect society to accept us? Charles spoke with a deep sense of purpose, his ideals clearly influenced by Captain America. Mutants are far more prevalent than we realize, and we're fortunate to have unearthed our unique abilities. It's our responsibility to aid fellow persecuted mutants and strive for a rightful place in society, sparing us from constant scrutiny and persecution, Charles articulated with conviction. In response, Alex offered a knowing smile, shaking his head as he contemplated, "Charles is truly a chip off the same block as Captain America. He's all about ideals." Aware that Charles's vision wasn't universally embraced among mutants, Alex recognized the diversity of perspectives. Some merely sought a stable life, exemplified by individuals like Emma. Life had nudged her towards the Hellfire Club, a path she might not have chosen under different circumstances. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Treat, edited. Although I support Charles's ideals, I don't entirely agree with them. It's somewhat unrealistic and as unreliable as saying everything is black or white, Alex remarked casually, his thoughts on the matter clear. Charles looked at Alex in shock, surprised that his best friend didn't fully endorse his ideals. "Why?" he asked, seeking an explanation. "I prefer to remain neutral because not everyone wants to fight. Some may simply seek a stable home," Alex explained, his gaze shifting to Raven and Emma. "And I can provide them with a stable living environment." "No, Alex. Whether it's a human or a mutant, they are all members of society. Mutants, like people of different races, are still human beings," Charles defended his stance passionately. "All right, Charles, I may have my own ideas, but I support your ideals. We're still friends, right?" Alex smiled, lightly patting Charles on the shoulder. Charles, who initially felt dejected after having his ideals questioned by his friend, smiled upon hearing these words. "Yes, you're right. We will always be friends." Meanwhile, Emma watched their friendship with envy. She admired the bond between them and her gaze fell on a tattoo on the inner side of Alex's arm. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked in surprise, "Alex, you are?" Alex glanced at the tattoo on his arm and smiled faintly. "It's nothing, just a mark from when I was imprisoned in a Nazi concentration camp. My parents perished there." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up," Emma quickly apologized, realizing the sensitivity of the topic. "It's all right. It's all in the past. Besides, the Nazis surrendered a long time ago," Alex replied, casually waving away any concern. Hiding the tattoo seemed unnecessary. Attempting to conceal it would only be an evasion. The sight of the tattoo brought back memories of Eric, whom Alex hadn't seen in many years. He turned to Charles and shared, "I have a friend, someone who survived and fought in a Nazi concentration camp. The first ability I ever copied was his. I thought I might introduce you to someday. His name is Eric, and he's also one of us. I believe you and Eric would get along." Apologizing, Alex continued, "I'm sorry, but my plans with you tonight are cancelled," as he took Raven's hand. Raven reassured him, saying, "It's okay. You can go anytime." The understanding between them spoke volumes, reflecting a deep connection forged through shared experiences and mutual support. With a warm smile, Alex turned to the other two and proposed, "How about a dinner celebration to welcome our new friends? There are some fantastic restaurants in town." "Sounds like a plan. And let's make it a real treat." "It's been a while since I indulged in some good food," Charles chimed in with enthusiasm. Emma, displaying grace and gratitude, responded, "Thank you very much. I appreciate your generosity." "Oh, it's no big deal, Emma," Alex reassured, his smile radiating hospitality. Acknowledging the novelty of their acquaintance, They embraced the idea of forging connections over a shared meal. More opportunities to strengthen their newfound friendship seemed likely in the future. Emma reciprocated with a smile of agreement. While her family's background might not align entirely with Charles and Alex's, being part of a prosperous merchant family placed them comfortably above the average. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Jessica Anderson, edited. As Jessica attempted to elude Alex, he skillfully guided her towards a dead end, cunningly closing in on her. Her petite frame resembled that of a small wildcat, agile and nimble, a testament to her past life as a gymnast. Despite her size, her incredibly supple body made her almost as agile as a loach. Soon, Jessica found herself cornered against a high wall. Surveying her surroundings in desperation, she realized there was no escape. Just as she prepared to face Alex, he materialized in front of the only exit. Raven, who had been closely following the pursuit, arrived breathless. "How did you recognize me?" Jessica inquired, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. She had believed she concealed her identity well, and now she wondered how Alex had managed to see through her disguise. In an attempt to eke out a living through theft, Jessica found herself trapped in a desperate situation. Observing her plight, Alex approached her with genuine concern. "How long have you been living like this?" Alex asked, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "It's been more than a month," Jessica replied, her head hanging low. "Initially, the money we had saved could sustain us, but then debt collectors took our home, and that's when I resorted to stealing." Returning Alex's wallet to him, she tried to leave, but Alex gently grasped her wrist, urging her to stay. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked softly. Jessica responded rhetorically, "What could you do, Alex? I can help you find the murderer, provide you with a place to live, support your education, and offer you a sense of family." "That's what I can do," Alex reassured Jessica. Overwhelmed by emotions, Jessica glanced at Alex, tears streaming down her face. She then threw herself into Alex's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Her journey from a privileged upper-class family to a pickpocket had brought immense sorrow and despair, creating a gap that few could fathom. Raven observed the scene, her heart feeling a twinge of something she couldn't quite define. She refrained from intervening, understanding that Jessica needed this support. After a period of tears and consolation, Jessica's mood began to stabilize. She blushed, feeling embarrassed about her outburst, but Alex held her hand warmly, conveying that she wasn't alone. Alex smiled and extended his hand to Raven, teasing, "Well, are you ready to be our shopping companion now?" "Of course, you big softy," Raven quipped, playfully pulling Jessica along as they headed towards the mall. As they shopped for clothes and daily necessities for Jessica, she decided to reveal her ability. She could create energy balls of multiple colors, which she called firework. These energy balls were versatile, with the ability to change shape, move as desired, and even detonate when necessary. They were highly destructive, capable of demolishing trees, metals, buildings, and temporarily blinding others. Jessica explained her abilities to Alex, and he simply smiled. With a wave of his hand, he levitated all the metal objects in the room, showcasing his own powers. Even Raven couldn't resist showing off her abilities. Jessica couldn't help but feel a deeper connection to this place. She realized that they were all like her, possessing unique abilities. The sense of acceptance and understanding washed over her, making her feel truly at home. In the depths of Alex's gaze, a profound sentiment lingered. At 15 or 16, the air was filled with the unmistakable scent of budding love. The trials and tribulations Raven had faced only intensified the emotions and nostalgia flooding over her as she encountered Alex once again. Observing this burgeoning affection, Raven couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the seemingly inevitable allure of Alex. It made her wonder if she, too, had been captivated in a similar way back then. While Raven didn't fit conventional standards of beauty, Alex saw beyond the surface, recognizing her inner beauty. In the eyes of the world, she might still be labeled a monster, but she had reached a point where such judgments no longer held sway. With Alex by her side, Raven found solace and strength. The opinions of others had become inconsequential. She lived for herself and the one she loved, standing right in front of her. The acceptance and love they shared shielded her from the judgments of the world, creating a sanctuary within their connection. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Jealous Raven, edited. After a satisfying lunch, Charles bid farewell and took a taxi, leaving Alex and Emma alone. Noticing Emma's gaze fixed on him, Alex lightly touched his cheek, asking with a hint of suspicion, "Is there something on my face?" "No," Emma quickly waved her hand, offering a slight smile. She expressed, "I'm glad to have met you today. It's reassuring to know that I'm not the only one in this world with special abilities. Thank you for enlightening me. Goodbye until tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Alex replied with a nod and a warm smile. Emma conveyed her gratitude once more before hailing a taxi and departing. As they headed back to the villa near the school, Raven appeared somewhat unhappy for a while. Alex couldn't ignore her mood and asked, "What's wrong? You've seemed off for a while now. Are you interested in Emma?" Raven's form shifted back to her original appearance, and she walked ahead, muttering to herself, "Emma is more beautiful than me. She doesn't have these disgusting scales and this ugly blue skin. She fits everyone's idea of beauty, and no one would find my appearance attractive." Alex burst into laughter, realizing it was jealousy. He walked up to her and embraced her waist, whispering, "Are you jealous?" Blushing, Raven retorted, "No. Go to your Emma." She pushed Alex away and quickly headed upstairs. "Oh, are you really jealous?" Alex teased, recognizing the playful banter. With more girls entering his life, would Raven succumb to jealousy? It was a fact that Alex wasn't content with just a single romantic interest in this life. While not aiming for a full-fledged harem, he had a few Marvel characters he liked, and he intended to explore those connections. After all, this was his second chance at life, and who knew if he'd get a third. After a refreshing shower, Alex donned his bathrobe and ascended the stairs quietly. Gently slipping into Raven's room, he found her standing before the mirror, delicately touching her skin. "Raven, are you still upset?" Alex inquired, approaching her with concern. Ignoring him, Raven felt a growing unease. In her childhood, she hadn't given much thought to her appearance. But now, with Alex's undeniable charm, she couldn't help but worry about his appeal to other women. Her scaled skin and distinctive blue complexion made her feel self-conscious. The arrival of Emma only heightened these insecurities. Emma embodied conventional beauty standards with her enviable blonde hair, beautiful face, and blue eyes. In comparison, Raven couldn't help but feel inadequate. "Sometimes, I really despise my own ability. I wish it would just vanish and let me return to my original self," Raven muttered, expressing her frustration. "No, you're perfect just the way you are," Alex reassured, sitting next to Raven and offering comforting words. Raven remained unconvinced, expressing, "I don't think so at all. Nobody sees it as beautiful." With warmth in his voice, Alex replied, "Actually, I do," offering a reassuring smile. "Really?" Raven looked at Alex, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Absolutely," Alex affirmed, his words intended to provide solace. However, Raven couldn't shake the doubt as Alex fell silent. Was it genuine reassurance, or was it merely empty comfort? Suddenly, a gentle hand lifted Raven's chin, bringing their faces close together. Soft lips met his, and the scent of cologne enveloped him. It was a moment that lingered in the air, leaving an indelible impression. The following day, Alex rendezvoused with Charles at the coffee shop. Charles, ever perceptive, inquired, "Where's Raven?" "Oh, she's not feeling well. I gave her the day off," Alex replied with a faint smile, masking the events of the previous night. Observing a change in Alex's demeanor, Charles couldn't help but comment, "You seem different today. Something on your mind?" "Perhaps it's just your imagination," Alex responded cryptically, diverting the conversation. Finishing their business at the coffee shop, the duo exited, unintentionally colliding with a mysterious figure in black. While Alex emerged unscathed, the individual on the receiving end took a tumble. As Alex attempted to check on the fallen person, it became apparent that the encounter was a ruse, and the mysterious figure hastily made an escape. Alex soon realized his wallet was missing, prompting a swift pursuit. As he chased the pickpocket, a nagging familiarity struck him. A suspicion that this skilled thief might be more than meets the eye. Recollections of Jessica Anderson, a girl absent from school for over 10 days, flooded Alex's mind. Born into wealth, Her life had taken a tragic turn with the mistaken identity of her parents, leading to their untimely demise. Damn it! Alex's expression darkened, realizing the complexities surrounding Jessica. Increasingly convinced that the pickpocket was Jessica, Alex knew he had to confront her. Driven by the need for justice and fueled by the tragic loss of Jessica's parents, he shouted, "Jessica Anderson, don't try to escape. I know it's you." End of this chapter. Chapter 36. 1962. Edited. Time flowed like an arrow, and the sun and the moon seemed to dart across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 1962. Jessica had been residing in Alex's home for some time, becoming the second woman in his life within just half a year. Discovering Raven's involvement with Alex, Jessica couldn't help but display a hint of jealousy initially. However, Alex skillfully managed to assuage her emotions, and she reluctantly accepted the situation. Resistance against Alex's charm proved futile, and gradually, a connection formed between Jessica and Raven through shared experiences. Even Emma succumbed to Alex's unique charm. The title White Queen was a moniker Alex bestowed upon her. Though Jessica and Raven initially opposed this decision, their objections faded over time. Emma, different from the others, had a unique perspective. She didn't concern herself with the number of women in Alex's life, confident that she held a special place in his heart. One fateful night, Emma's father, aware of Alex's status as Howard's adopted son, entrusted her to Alex's care. Alex provided her with the necessary medication, marking the beginning of Emma being Alex's girlfriend. This decision severed her ties with her family, and she chose to follow Alex wholeheartedly. More than a decade passed, and Alex, now in his 20s, found himself lounging lazily on a sunbed by the pool at the sprawling Stark Manor on the outskirts of London. Charles, seeking his attention, asked Alex to look at his paper while he enjoyed the view. In the expansive pool, a graceful blonde woman swam like a mermaid, another striking woman with long black hair exuded confidence, and a third blonde woman, clearly irritated, basked in the sun. "Hey, Alex, quit ogling the ladies. Pay attention to me, will you? Haven't you seen enough over the years?" A playful kick interrupted Alex's gaze. What? Alex reluctantly shifted his attention from the trio of beauties and turned to the brown-haired youth. "The paper. My paper. Come on, man." The brown-haired youth waved a folder in front of Alex, clearly exasperated. "Ah, your paper. Sure thing," Alex responded. Shaking his head with a helpless expression, Alex's eyes twinkled with mischief as he added, "Charles, in the midst of this blissful vacation, you choose to bring up that paper? Don't you find it a tad bit disappointing? Besides, I must admit, the three enchanting ladies before us are far more captivating than your paper." "Ha ha ha ha, Charles, you're yet to grasp the finer points of style," chimed in Raven, her laughter reminiscent of tinkling silver bells. Sauntering closer, she planted a playful kiss on Alex's lips, then leaned comfortably against his muscular frame. "Charles, let that paper take a back seat for once." Emma, lounging in the water, couldn't resist joining the fun. She made her way toward Alex and Raven, playfully splashing water at them. A cascade of water droplets inadvertently showered Charles, drenching the paper he held in his hand. "Emma, I was talking to Alex. Can't you rein in your lady, Alex?" Charles fumed, his frustration evident as he looked at the disarrayed papers. Alex chuckled, raising his glass and gesturing to Charles. "Come on, Charles, my dear friend, let the papers go, and embrace the joys of life. True, I might not see it your way right now, but mark my words, it's all connected." Charles tossed the waterlogged folder aside and settled beside Alex. "You're a Neanderthal, Alex." Feigning offense, Alex quickly added, "All right, Charles, I promise I'll read your paper. I genuinely understand the significance of Homo sapiens supplanting Neanderthals. Your paper is well crafted. The inevitability of Homo sapiens replacing Neanderthals." Charles sighed and exchanged a knowing glance with Alex. He pointed to himself, then gestured to Raven, Emma, and Jessica. "Don't you think our existence parallels Homo sapiens replacing Neanderthals?" The playful banter took a contemplative turn, inviting a moment of reflection amidst the laughter and joy. "Isn't that just evolution? A natural course of events?" Alex mused, taking a sip of his drink and regarding Charles. Charles, my friend, this wine is exquisite. Won't you give it a try? Charles, considering the implications, responded. But have you considered this? If the current humans are eventually replaced and extinguished, it could lead to inevitable conflict and war. We must put a stop to it. He raised a clenched fist with the fervor of a revolutionary. Alex, maintaining his composure, countered, all right. You want to defy the laws of nature? Halt evolution? You're not a deity, Charles. And you've been preaching this rhetoric to me for 2 or 3 years now. You know me. Not all mutants are eager for battle. Perhaps some simply yearn for a peaceful haven, free from indifference and harm. I'm one of them, mastering my abilities and coexisting in society. Understand, my friend? His voice held a serene tone as he calmly expressed his viewpoint. End of this captivating chapter. Chapter 37. The CIA, edited. Moreover, Charles, it's crucial to understand that mutant abilities far surpass those of ordinary humans. Humans can be a selfish and cruel species. In the East, there's an old saying, if you're not of the same race, your heart must be different. Fear, rejection, alienation, and ultimately, conflict are inevitable, Alex remarked, casually swirling the red wine in his hand. I understand, Charles replied with a hint of dejection. But war brings destruction and harm. I just don't want to witness all of that. Well, if that's your vision, I can assist you, Alex turned to Charles. A peaceful, gentle realization of evolutionary change, achieving harmony, and ultimately eliminating confrontation is an ideal state. Though it may seem impossible, if that's what you wish for, I can help. I have my goals too, don't I? I want to provide shelter for all of our kind. When they're weary or wish to abstain from the human-mutant conflict, I can offer them solace. A place, a new home, our own Garden of Eden, Alex chuckled lightly. Thank you, Alex. Charles raised his head, smiling at his friend. You, my friend, have been quite the lazy one since I've known you. Your power is formidable, stronger than any other mutant. Your copying ability is akin to cheating, considering normal mutant abilities. With your help, I believe humans will accept us mutants. No, it's not laziness. When there are revolutionary pioneers like you, all I need to do is guard the rear, right? Alex chuckled again. Here's to our friendship. Cheers. Charles clinked his glass of red wine with Alex's and took a sip. Huh? Troubles on the horizon. Alex and Charles simultaneously looked towards the door, where a capable and beautiful woman stood. A CIA agent from America. I detest trouble. Charles, it's all yours. This fellow was probably headed for you at my Stark Manor. How long has it been since someone cared? You bring trouble home the moment you arrive, Alex said as he reclined on his lounger, appearing utterly at ease. It's merely a coincidence, and besides, don't you have a housekeeper in your manor? Charles responded, unfazed. Soon, the capable and beautiful woman approached the swimming pool with a smile, nodding to the 5 individuals. My name is Mike. Mike Gretel. I hope my arrival won't disrupt your day. I might have to deduct the housekeeper's salary. While the presence of a beautiful lady is always welcome, Miss Gretel, it's clear that I didn't invite you, Alex said, raising his wine glass and gently swirling the bright red liquid within, releasing a refreshing aroma. Your housekeeper is very capable, Mr. Alex, Greta replied, producing a document and waving it towards Alex. I was allowed in because your butler recognized this document. Wow, CIA. Alex couldn't help but smirk. The CIA. Turning to Charles, he added solemnly. Did you see that, Charles? My dashing looks have already attracted the attention of the CIA. Charles burst into laughter. Alex, you're so shameless that you've caught the CIA's eye. Emma emerged from the pool, her laughter bubbling like a playful stream. You dare to mock your man, and you won't escape retribution tonight, Alex teased with a mischievous grin. Emma responded by swiftly diving back into the water, her laughter echoing through the air. Dripping with pool water, Jessica approached Alex with an inviting smile. After savoring a sip of red wine, she shared a passionate kiss with Alex before passing the wine over. Alex's large hand rested on Jessica's hip, tracing the well-defined curves of her body. Over the years, Jessica had maintained her gymnastic prowess, resulting in a physique that was both enticing and sculpted. Greta, with a trace of disdain in her eyes, made her presence known as she emerged from the shadows. She held a particular aversion to Alex, branding him as a playboy. The air crackled with a mixture of playful banter, seductive undertones, and a subtle tension introduced by Greta's disapproval. "Look at Alex. Your charm has dimmed in comparison to Charles." Raven, exuding confidence, seated herself on Alex's lap. She casually commandeered his wine glass, took a sip of the red wine, and cast a sly smile in Alex's direction. In response to her bold move, Alex's irritation surfaced, prompting him to playfully slap Raven's backside. "A man's allure is about substance, not just looks," he retorted, defending his stance on what truly mattered. Charles, seizing the opportunity to showcase his wisdom, looked up at Alex with an air of superiority as he rose from his recliner. "In this world, it's not about appearances, but about talent." Unfazed, Alex couldn't resist scoffing at Charles's perspective. No, Charles. That's because you've got nothing but talent. Women crave both talent and good looks, and I happen to be that kind of person." His chuckle echoed, infusing the room with light banter. "Alex, you remain shamelessly yourself. And it's rather superficial, you know? You don't see the depth within," Charles countered, offering Alex a grateful look. He extended his hand to Greta, suggesting they converse away from the playful banter that filled the air. "Very well," Greta agreed, ready to delve into a more meaningful discussion, away from the light-hearted exchange that surrounded them. The dynamics of their banter added a touch of humor to the scene, showcasing the camaraderie and distinct personalities within the group. End of this chapter, with sparks of playful banter and underlying tension. Chapter 38. The beginning of the plot, edited. As you wish. Greta gracefully took Charles's arm, and they walked away as if attending a grand banquet. Alex chuckled, observing Charles smitten with Greta. Understanding his friend's behavior, Alex couldn't help but tease, "Mr. Pervert, any thoughts about our dear Greta?" "Clearly love can't be far behind," Alex quipped. "Girls, trouble is on the horizon." Alex turned to the three beautiful women, his demeanor becoming serious. "The CIA is in trouble, and it's related to mutants. Charles, with his peaceful ideals, is bound to get entangled in this mess." "Mutants? Are there more mutants out there? I thought there were just a few of us." Raven's eyes widened with a mix of surprise and excitement, eager for action. Over the years, their mutant team had remained a small, close-knit group. "Exactly." Alex sighed, rubbing his temple. "But you don't need Charles to get involved. You will be too. We may share the same kind, but not all mutants are friends. Just as there can be murder and war among humans, the same holds true for mutants." "War? Fighting? That sounds fantastic." Raven's eyes gleamed with excitement, revealing her warrior spirit. Alex smiled helplessly, continuing to sip his drink. However, Emma spoke softly, "No matter what path you choose, I'll support you." Charles, taking a bottle of red wine from Alex's cabinet, poured a glass for Greta, and remarked, "You know, Alex may be a bit unreliable at times, but he has excellent taste in wine. This Bordeaux is worth trying. Give it a taste." "Thank you," Greta replied, taking a sip of the wine. She then got straight to the point, asking, "Professor Xavier, what are your thoughts on genetic mutation?" "Genetic mutation? Well, that's my area of expertise." Charles began to speak with confidence, swirling his wine glass. The emergence of Homo sapiens, from Neanderthals, was essentially a genetic mutation or, one could say, evolution. "Neanderthals? Charles, I've read your papers." Greta interrupted. Charles paused, then continued, "Certainly, genetic mutations exist even today. They're always present. Take you, Miss Greta, for instance. Your amber eyes are the result of a genetic mutation." Greta was momentarily taken aback, and then shook her head with a hint of resignation. "Professor, can you keep a secret?" "Absolutely," Charles nodded vigorously. "So." Greta reached into her bag and retrieved a stack of documents, handing them to Charles. "Professor, you should take a look at these. They include photographs." In the photograph, a man wielded a whirlwind in his hands, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Charles examined the image, his curiosity piqued. The angle of this shot is quite impressive, achieving such an effect. The photographer certainly has skill. Greta, however, corrected him, her expression solemn. This isn't a photograph. This man can actually control the whirlwind. Gretel, with her arms folded, chimed in. That's precisely why I've come to you, Professor of Genetics Charles Xavier. Charles was taken aback, his astonishment evident. It seemed there were more individuals with extraordinary abilities in the world than he had ever imagined. It was a marvel to behold. The revelation hinted at a world far more intricate and mysterious than the one he had comprehended, stirring both excitement and intrigue within him. As a telepath, Charles exercised great restraint when it came to his own abilities, avoiding delving into others' memories unless absolutely necessary. However, Greta's revelation intrigued him deeply. Charles, I'm hoping to enlist your assistance, Greta proposed, extending an invitation for them to join forces in uncovering the truth. Absolutely. I'm in, and I'll also get Alex and the others involved. Charles responded with genuine enthusiasm, ready to involve his companions in the quest. Alex and his companions? Greta's expression soured. Frankly, she still harbored resentment toward the playboy. Moreover, representing the CIA in this endeavor, she believed it wasn't a place for playboys to frolic. Charles suggesting the inclusion of Alex and his trio of companions seemed almost like a jest to her. End of this intriguing chapter. Chapter 39. Nature of Human, edited. Seeing Greta's incredulous expression, Charles couldn't help but let out a hearty chuckle. You know, he began, Alex may look like a playboy, but beneath that suave exterior, he's a professor of genetics and the youngest one at Oxford University. Not to mention his remarkable achievements in scientific research and development. Would you believe me if I told you he calculated the most crucial formula for producing neutron bombs? As Charles painted a vivid picture of Alex's intellectual prowess, Greta's eyes widened in astonishment. Who would have thought that the debonair playboy had such substantial accomplishments to his name? Charles wasn't done yet. He continued, and that's not all. Alex has delved into the realms of medicine, chemistry, geography, mathematics, history, and philosophy, excelling in each of these fields. His talent surpasses mine, I must admit. Charles spoke with a solemn demeanor, clearly in awe of his friend. Even Raven has been influenced by Alex and has become an expert in genetics. Jessica, whose parents are both PhDs, is a national gymnastics champion and an accomplished chemist. Emma, well, she's an expert in psychology. But that's not the most impressive part of this group. He paused and then added, Alex has been my friend for nearly 2 decades. Despite my deep affection for you, Greta, I can't help but hold him in the highest regard. However, Greta couldn't help but be shocked at Charles's earnest description. Professor, your words are quite a tough sell. Just then, Alex entered the room, impeccably dressed in a suit. He cast a nonchalant glance at Greta and said, Miss, even though your world might be mysterious to me, don't underestimate my knowledge. Do you know the nature of human beings, Miss Greta? Perplexed, Greta asked. What are you getting at? Alex's expression turned serious as he declared, repetition. The 3 women who had followed Alex into the room couldn't contain their laughter as they witnessed Alex's playful teasing of the CIA agent. Greta, clearly annoyed, implored, Sir, please stop joking, will you? Alex maintained his seriousness and said, I'm not joking, Greta. Remember how you learned language? When your father said, Dad, you repeated. And when he pointed to an apple and said, apple, you echoed the word apple. But there came a time when you started to mix things up. You'd see a pear and still say apple. That's when he corrected you, saying, this is a pear, not an apple. You begin to recognize this distinction. Furthermore, in the context of contemporary physicalism, we reject supernatural forces, and a more radical approach is to reject both the connotation and the mind. In this context, we only acknowledge that what is physically present is worth discussing. So, the essence of human beings is that of repetition. Alex poured himself a glass of wine, swirled it gently in the glass, and spoke softly. All right, these ideas that Alex is discussing may sound abstract, but there's a certain logic to them. Greta nodded thoughtfully, finding merit in what Alex was saying. Miss Greta, what are your thoughts? Alex asked Greta with a light smile. The room buzzed with a mix of amusement and contemplation, as Alex effortlessly shifted the conversation from playful banter to a philosophical exploration of human nature. Charles is right. You are indeed a respectable scholar, Greta replied, acknowledging Alex's unique perspective. Despite the somewhat perplexing nature of Alex's discourse, it held a certain power that Greta couldn't deny. The CIA, usually concerned with practical matters, found itself navigating philosophical waters, a departure from the norm. Greta found herself pleasantly surprised by the unexpected depth within the group. Initially seeking Charles, a genetics expert, she discovered a wealth of expertise among Alex, Raven, Emma, and Jessica. Subsequently, Charles, Alex, Raven, Emma, and Jessica followed Greta's agent onto the plane, setting foot on American soil. Charles, from this moment on, all 5 of you are consultants to the CIA. Upon arriving at the CIA building and entering an office, Greta handed out documents to Alex and the others. Well, as for the salary. Alex picked up his ID, glanced at it, then looked back at Greta with a playful smile. All right, Alex, let's not put Miss Greta in an awkward position. I'm afraid the salary won't be enough to live lavishly for even a day, Charles chuckled. Examining their IDs, Raven, Emma, and Jessica expressed dissatisfaction with the photographs. Can I have a word with the photographer? My photo looks terrible. Raven quipped. I'd like a word with the photographer too. Emma exclaimed, visibly displeased with her aged appearance in the photo. Greta, sharing their sentiment, remarked, that photographer's skills leave much to be desired. The photo he took of me makes me look 20 years older. The photography is dreadful. They should consider replacing the photographer, Jessica suggested. Observing the 3 women making a fuss about their photos, Alex sighed and addressed them. Well, you all volunteered for this, so let's not make too much of it. I didn't force you to come. End of this chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Cuban Missile Crisis. Edited. A jovial atmosphere filled the room as everyone chatted and exchanged pleasantries. Just then, a portly man made his entrance, commanding attention with his presence. Well, everyone, he boomed. I'm Supervisor Demonst, and it's time to get to work. He distributed copies of a document to Alex and his associates, a group of 5. Supervisor Demonst leaned in and addressed the room with a stern expression. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a critical mission, one that concerns the very survival of the world. We suspect that a group of mutants is plotting to initiate a nuclear war. He pressed his hands firmly on the desk, locking eyes with each member of the team. Your task is to discover their vulnerabilities, to understand the reasons behind their mutations. Your mission is nothing short of saving the entire world. We'll give it our all, declared Charles, who always felt a deep sense of duty to protect the world. The others, however, appeared more intrigued by their unique companions than the world-saving mission. Thank you, Supervisor Demonst responded with a nod, though he could only see Charles's fervent determination. He turned and exited the office. Deploy nuclear missiles? Good gracious, who came up with that idea? Stop them, and stop them now, Charles exclaimed, his surprise evident. Raven couldn't help but let out a mischievous laugh. Haha, planting a nuclear bomb in Turkey is like poking Russia from behind. Russia is bound to go berserk. In fact, Russia has already gone berserk. Greta chimed in with a resigned sigh. Word has it that Russia is debating the prospect of placing a nuclear bomb in Cuba. Alex, with a sly grin, made an explosive gesture with his hand. Oh, that's quite entertaining. World peace. Alex, let's stay on topic now, Jessica reprimanded with a playful punch. These mutants are up to some antics. We need to locate and stop them, Greta emphasized. Gentlemen, we know very little about mutants. That's why we need advice from you, the genetic experts. Charles, wearing a confident smile, rose to his feet and activated his psychic abilities. Comments? No. In fact, there's a better way, he declared. Only mutants can effectively counter other mutants. Greta was initially taken aback, but then her shock turned into awe as she stared at Charles. The voice in your head. As you can see, I am also a mutant. Charles looked at Greta with a smile on his face. Charles, you must be crazy. Raven shook his head helplessly. A blue light flashed across his body, turning his skin into its true blue appearance. Why did you expose us all of a sudden? Emma complained. Her body turned into a brilliant diamond, then returned to its original shape. Charles, if this is your choice, I will stand with you, my friend. Alex smiled and stretched out his hand to grab a metal falcon statue from Greta's table. It slowly floated in the air. Jessica smiled, and various energy balls appeared all over her body. Oh dear. Greta covered her mouth and was speechless for a long time. The revelation of the mutant's abilities shifted the tone of the conversation from geopolitical banter to a realization of the extraordinary powers held by those in the room. Greta found herself caught between disbelief and fascination as the mutants revealed their true selves. The CIA responded swiftly upon learning that Charles and Alex were mutants, assembling an emergency response team. In the face of the looming threat of nuclear war, the fact that the group consisted of mutants seemed inconsequential. The CIA's strategy was clear. Use mutants to counter mutants. Charles, I have confirmed that Colonel Hinckley, the NATO frontline commander, is in contact with mutants. Tonight, Colonel Hinckley will meet with mutants, Greta reported a few days later in her office, setting the stage for a critical mission. So, is it time to take action? Alex stood up, a curious smile playing on his lips as he looked at Charles. I'm very curious about these mutants. And now I'll finally get to see them. Charles, reflecting on the newfound revelation of other mutants, sighed. Yeah, I always thought there were only a few of us mutants, but I didn't expect there to be so many others. The anticipation and curiosity were palpable, contemplating the abilities of these unknown mutants and the potential threats they posed. An ability that is similar to teleportation, another ability to control airflow, and two others who haven't revealed themselves. You have to be careful and not underestimate them. Greta reminded, emphasizing the need for caution. I'll bring an agent team to support you, she added, reinforcing the seriousness of the mission. As night fell and heavy rain swept over the New York harbor, a cruise ship approached the port. Charles, utilizing his psychic powers, sensed the presence of the mutants they were seeking on board. I can feel it, it's them. Charles pressed his temples, activating his psychic abilities. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as Charles roared in pain, his face turning pale. Alex rushed to his side, helping him up and expressing concern. Charles, are you okay? End of this chapter. Chapter 41. The Injustice. Edited. Charles, how are you? Alex eagerly embraced Charles, his eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. We are exposed. The other party also possesses a telepath. Charles swiftly reported the dire situation. Attack. With their cover blown, Greta made a swift and resolute decision, ordering an immediate assault. Boom! Assault boats soared into the air, carrying a squad of heavily armed soldiers racing toward the oncoming cruise ship. This is the Coast Guard. The ship ahead. Stop immediately. Stop the ship now. The booming voice echoed from the loudspeaker on the assault boat. On the cruise ship, a mysterious man walked out, conjuring a tornado in his palm and hurling it directly at the approaching guards. In an instant, the tornadoes devastated the assault boats, hurling soldiers into the sea. Ordinary attack methods were futile against the might of a mutant. Suddenly, a deafening noise reverberated across the cruise ship. Enormous anchor chains, resembling angry serpents, surged from the water and roared toward the ship, carrying a towering figure. Sebastian, our old scores must finally be settled. Eric's voice resounded as the anchor chain, resembling a colossal python, coiled around the cruise ship with immense force, causing it to groan and twist. Eric, you've disappointed me greatly. A white-clad figure on the cruise ship raised his arm and delivered a powerful blow to the figure standing on the anchor chain. With a resounding bang, the coiled anchor chain vibrated violently, sending Eric hurtling away. Don't you comprehend my goals? Can't you grasp my ideals? Eric, everything I do is for justice. For the future of mutants. I fear no challenges. Sebastian taunted with a sneer. Alex extended his hand, summoning a massive magnetic storm that enveloped the cruise ship. With an audible crunch, the once sturdy vessel crumpled like a ball of clay. Alex! Eric and Sebastian exclaimed in unison, watching in awe. Hello, Eric, my old friend. It's been a while, Alex cheerfully greeted as he landed beside Eric. He patted Eric on the shoulder with a wide grin. I'm genuinely thrilled to see you again. Alex, help me defeat Sebastian. Eric implored, wasting no time. He wielded the anchor chain and swung it fiercely at Sebastian. Child, it's been too long. Haven't you recognized the futility of your attacks? Sebastian scoffed, not a hair out of place even after the anchor chain's impact. The ability of energy absorption granted Sebastian a remarkable power. The ability to absorb all kinetic energy from attacks, rendering him impervious to harm. As Sebastian's voice echoed, Alex found himself facing a menacing foe. A red-skinned figure with a devil-like appearance materialized behind Alex, wielding a wickedly sharp knife. Dare to attack me? Alex retorted with a cold smile. In an instant, he spun around and effortlessly seized the knife thrust toward him by the Red Devil. The Red Devil was left dumbfounded, his strike having failed to even scratch Alex's skin. It was as though he had encountered an impenetrable barrier, leaving him bewildered. With a swift whoosh, the Red Devil vanished, abandoning his weapon and fleeing back to Sebastian. Capture them. Alex, Charles, capture them. A frantic voice barked through the communicator. Watch your tone, Miss Greta. I'm not your subordinate. You have no authority to command me, Alex responded icily. The tension escalated as extraordinary powers clashed. Sebastian found no respite as Eric relentlessly pursued him with an anchor chain, unleashing a barrage of furious strikes. The assault carried an air of vengeance, as if Eric sought to make Sebastian pay for his transgressions. Attempting to shield Sebastian, the telepath unleashed his powers on Eric, seeking to deter him. However, Alex swiftly erected a mental barrier, not only blocking the psychic assault but retaliating with his own formidable psychic abilities. In an instant, the enemy's head shattered like a watermelon, a sight that left Alex both disgusted and oddly satisfied. His rarely used psionic powers proved devastatingly effective. Surrender. Sebastian. You stand no chance of victory, Alex declared with a cold resolve. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Firm Resolve, edited. Red Devil rushed towards Alex with a sudden teleportation, then brandished a gleaming, wickedly sharp knife, slashing it menacingly at Alex. Alex swiftly countered, parrying the attack with a deft swing of his own knife. The clash sent the Red Devil tumbling through the air, eventually crashing onto the wreckage of the cruise ship. With a powerful motion, Riptide summoned a tornado, propelling it with a resounding roar towards Alex. Alex extended a finger and pointed it at the oncoming storm. The storm dissipated as if Alex's finger had the power to quell the wind itself. Alex, you've been away for so many years, and your abilities have grown exponentially, Eric remarked, his envy apparent. What kind of ability is this? The bewildered Riptide, witnessing Alex's ability to disperse the tornado with a mere touch, was left astounded. In reality, it was a form of energy absorption ability, sapping all the kinetic energy from the tornado, causing it to calm down. As anyone with a grasp of physics would know, wind is generated by the movement of air, and by absorbing all of its kinetic energy, the storm inevitably vanished. Retreat. With a swift motion, Sebastian grabbed the Red Devil's hand, and the trio vanished instantaneously, leaving behind the fallen White Queen, whose fate seemed sealed. Damn it! Sebastian, I'll find you. We're not done. Eric surged out of the water, fists clenched in anger, roaring defiantly. I couldn't catch them. They've slipped away. Alex shrugged and relayed this to his comrades via the communicator. Alex had vengeance in mind, but the timing wasn't right. All right. They teleported and escaped. There's no way to stop them now. Charles shook his head in resignation and shared a wry smile with the pale Greta. So, we need more mutants. Greta's determination shone in her eyes as she spoke earnestly to Charles. Charles, I need you to locate more mutants. We require greater strength. Otherwise, the world will inevitably teeter on the brink of a nuclear war crisis. I'll do my best, Charles promised. He then gazed at Alex and Eric near the wreckage of the cruise ship, a smile forming on his lips. I think I've found one already. Who is that man? Why does he seem so close to Alex? Emma inquired with curiosity. It's likely Eric, the only one Alex would call an old friend, Raven answered. The remnants of the shattered cruise ship served as a backdrop to their conversation, signaling the challenges ahead for this group of mutants who found themselves thrust into a world on the brink of chaos. When did they meet? Jessica asked in surprise, her eyes widening with curiosity. Raven leaned in, eager to share the story, her voice tinged with excitement. They were locked up together in a Nazi concentration camp. It was an extraordinarily tough time. With Alex's powers awakening, they managed to escape together, forming a life-and-death bond. Amidst the wreckage of the cruise ship, the tension in the air was palpable. Alex couldn't help but question, "Why are you still entangled with Sebastian?" The conflict between Eric and Sebastian puzzled Alex. After all, years ago, they had escaped the concentration camp with Eric's mother. There should be no need for a deadly feud, especially considering Sebastian wasn't the true enemy. He killed a lot of people. He killed a lot. I will avenge them. Eric's voice trembled with anger, his fist clenched tightly. Alex couldn't help but sigh. Sebastian isn't the culprit? Isn't your real enemy Hitler? Alex, aware of Eric's deep-seated hatred, knew that it was a powerful driving force. However, Eric remained resolute. The problem is that Hitler is dead. The other culprits are also gone. If I don't seek revenge from Sebastian, who else can I call my enemy? Okay. Alex was momentarily at a loss for words. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. Hellfire Club. As they returned to the dock, Alex proudly introduced his new friend, Eric, to Charles and the rest of the group. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Eric, my brother and my friend. We shared the same hardships in the concentration camp." Raven chimed in. "Oh, I remember you mentioning that. What a memory, right?" Eric's response was stern. "Miss, the concentration camp wasn't known for its beauty." Quickly realizing her mistake, Raven tried to make amends. "I meant that your bond is worth remembering." "Exactly," Alex agreed, playfully tapping Raven's head. The Nazi concentration camp held nothing but pain and suffering, certainly not beauty. Charles extended his hand to Eric, offering a warm welcome. "Welcome, my friend. I'm Charles. Raven. Emma. Jessica." The others also introduced themselves. Eric's ability is magnetic control, and he goes by the nickname Magneto, Alex added with a grin. Eric winked at Alex and said, "Wow, you certainly have a way with women." "Haha, I try," Alex replied with a chuckle. Greta, however, interjected with a serious tone, "I hate to interrupt this heartfelt reunion, but we're running out of time. The enemy remains at large, and the crisis is far from over. We need to get to work immediately." "Whatever," Alex shrugged and released his companions, taking the lead. He beckoned the others to follow and said, "Let's go." Eric probably has valuable information about Sebastian and the others. This is crucial. Shortly after, the group returned to the CIA station. In the office, Eric proceeded to provide a detailed background on Sebastian and his associates. First, we have Sebastian Shawn, a former Nazi SS officer and a notorious executioner. His ability is energy absorption and release, rendering physical and energy attacks ineffective against him. Next is Luther, who used his mind control abilities and was recruited by Sebastian. Unfortunately, he met his end at Alex's hands. The Azazel boasts red skin and a demon-like appearance with the ability to move instantaneously. And then there's the Riptide, who can harness the power of tornadoes. Eric unveiled a series of compelling images of Sebastian in a captivating slide presentation, offering insightful commentary to the group. Over the years, Sebastian has assembled a powerful organization known as the Hellfire Club. I have reason to suspect that they might have recruited even more members into their clandestine ranks. Greta, visibly burdened by this revelation, sighed deeply. Her hand rose to her weary eyes, and she turned to her loyal team, her voice laced with concern. "So, our adversary is far more formidable than we could have ever imagined." She paused, her furrowed brows reflecting the gravity of the situation. Is Sebastian's energy absorption and control truly insurmountable? Are we left with no recourse? A contemplative silence enveloped the room as each member of the group pondered the formidable challenge that lay before them. Eric shook his head, his frustration evident in his demeanor. "I've scoured every possibility, but I can't seem to find a way to confront him." Charles, with a defeated look in his eyes, added, "I attempted to exert my psychic powers on him, but it was like trying to breach an impenetrable wall. He thwarted every one of my attempts." Raven chimed in, offering her unique perspective. As for me, my ability is shape-shifting, and it is purely self-alteration. I can't affect others in the same way. Emma leaned forward, her brows furrowed in contemplation. My powers, telepathy and diamondization, proved utterly ineffective against him, she admitted. There's no such thing as an unbeatable power, my friends. Charles, Emma, you must understand that Sebastian's ability to counter your psychic talents is tied to that infernal helmet of his. He's not as indomitable as he appears. Alex, exuding an air of indifference, interjected with a forceful statement. He rapped his hand firmly on the table and flashed a determined smile. Turning his gaze towards Eric, Alex continued, Remember, Eric, the way I dealt with Sebastian in the past? We must confine him. Once we've achieved that, we can employ tactics such as poison, suffocation, and psychological warfare to incapacitate him. Greta, nodding in agreement, chimed in, Confinement is indeed a viable strategy. However, considering the presence of the Hellfire Club, we must also assemble a team of our own. Charles, brows furrowing with resolve, declared, My psychic abilities will prove invaluable in locating potential mutant allies. Greta, with a resigned shrug, expressed her concerns. We'll need to make office space adjustments. Charles. Some individuals at the CIA are uncomfortable working alongside mutants. Charles conceded with a rueful shake of his head. Very well. Alex's demeanor took on a frosty edge as he sneered. Is that so? They treat us as though we're monsters? Then, let them handle the Cuban Missile Crisis on their own. We have no obligation to save the world. With unwavering determination in his eyes, he continued, Our powers far surpass their comprehension. Let the CIA know that if anyone refuses to cooperate with us, they can come and speak to me. Alex's anger was palpable, a testament to the passion that fueled their resolve. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Hank. Alex, calm down. If Sebastian's plan succeeds, the very land we live on will vanish, Charles implored urgently. Absolutely, for the sake of our own survival, it's our duty to stop Sebastian, Eric concurred. Yeah, Alex replied, his tone more composed. These guys acting all high and mighty will soon find themselves out of a job. They'll come crawling to us for help, Alex said with determination as he led the way out of the building. Damn it, we're helping them, not the other way around. Raven fumed as she angrily stomped her foot. The other two women wore similarly displeased expressions. In their eyes, we are the monsters, Eric mused, shrugging. All right, let's keep our composure. People need time to adjust to something new, Charles advised. The pressing matter now is, where's our office space? Do we have to rent it ourselves? Alex turned to Greta with a sneer. Are they expecting us to offer our services for free? Definitely not. A car pulled up in front of them, and the rotund supervisor, Oliver Platt, stepped out. Gentlemen, the office space has been arranged. Get in the car. They got into the car, which drove them to the outskirts. They arrived at the basement of a building. Basement? Oliver Platt, are you sure you didn't choose this place just to save on rent? Alex quipped, eyeing the basement with disgust. It was evident that the CIA's structure needed an overhaul. After all, it was just the CIA. Howard Stark had already initiated the preparations for forming S.H.I.E.L.D., and once it was established, the CIA would become a subordinate unit. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s purpose was to combat superpowered crimes, and Alex believed that most of the CIA personnel would be seeking new jobs. Hearing Alex's pointed comment, Oliver Platt hurriedly assured him, definitely not. Oliver approached a wall, activating a fingerprint lock, which verified their identities and slowly opened the wall. Well, this space will do. It was an underground research facility with a somewhat austere design, but the space itself was suitable. For the time being, this will be your base of operations. If you have any requests, speak to my assistant, Oliver stated as he led them into a large hall and summoned Hank. Hank, come here. Hank responded, on my way. A tall and slender young man emerged from the back of the hall, catching the attention of the group. Oliver introduced him with a welcoming gesture. This is Hank, my assistant. He'll assist you in settling down and help expedite your search for other mutants to build a mutant team. Charles, curious, pointed at Hank and inquired, finding mutants? Haven't you already found one? Your name is Hank, right? What's your ability? Both Oliver and Hank seemed momentarily perplexed by the unexpected question. Raven, transformed to reveal her true form with her distinctive blue skin. Eric, in a display of his power, levitated a coin, making it spin in the air. Meanwhile, Charles utilized his telepathic abilities to communicate directly with Hank's mind. Alex, not one to be outdone, conjured a spinning coin with his thoughts. Emma, on the other hand, underwent a dazzling transformation, her entire body turning into a brilliant diamond. Jessica exuded a radiant firework display all over her body. Hank's expression shifted from shock to realization, and he swiftly removed his shoes, revealing his palm-like feet. Then, with a resounding "oh," he used both his hands and feet, nimbly scaling the wall. He defied gravity by grabbing onto the ceiling fan blades and hung upside down, a clear demonstration of his mutant abilities. In their underground office, the group reconvened to discuss their mission. Charles, a touch frustrated, addressed the team. "We need to find more mutants. My mental powers have limitations, and I need a way to enhance my brainwaves to locate more potential allies." Hank, wearing a knowing smile, rose to his feet. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make a grand introduction. I hold a PhD in electromechanical engineering and automatic control, having graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. As luck would have it, I've been working on a research project related to the instrument Charles requires. Ph.D. Alex remembered that he held numerous Ph.D.s. But he didn't want to ruin Hank's moment, so he stayed quiet. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. Cerebro. Are you flaunting your IQ? Raven teased, a playful glint in her eye. Hank's cheeks tinged with a faint flush, whether from shyness or some other emotion, remained a mystery. All right, let's go check out what Hank has been saying. The anticipation was palpable as everyone was eager to unravel the secrets of Hank's brainwave magnifier. They ascended from the elevator, greeted by a lush patch of green grass. A massive spherical structure, towering over 10 meters, stood before them. "This is the fruit of my labor, Cerebro. Initially designed for remotely piloting fighter jets, turns out, regular folks' brainwaves can't activate this gadget." Guided by Hank, they entered the sphere through a gangway. Inside, a labyrinth of lines and electrodes adorned the walls, accompanied by blinking indicators. At the center, a seat beckoned, crowned by a helmet with an intricate network of wires. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Charles admitted, settling into the designated chair while Hank orchestrated the intricate dance of wires and switches, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Charles, maybe it's time for a head shave," Alex suggested, a mischievous grin accompanying the proposal. "Absolutely not. My head will remain hair-clad," Charles declared firmly. "You're still young, but someday you'll discover a bald head is the way to go." Alex offered an earnest advice with a smile. Placing a hand on Charles's back, Alex turned to Hank. "Hank, slap that helmet on him. Charles and I combine our psychic might and see what happens." "You have psychic abilities too?" Hank's surprise was evident. "Alex, I thought you and Eric were all about magnetic control." "Nope, Alex here's got a unique talent. He can copy the abilities of other mutants," Charles clarified. "No wonder." Back in the concentration camp, Eric realized. "Haha, Eric, we're brothers," Alex responded with a warm smile. "Yes, brothers and sisters, all of us mutants are family," Eric beamed and affirmed. "Now let's expand our family," Charles declared, reaching for his helmet and fitting it snugly on his head. "Brace yourself, Charles." "I'm firing up the contraption," Hank announced, hand poised over the start button. With resolve, he declared now. The room crackled to life with energy, arcs of electricity creating a dazzling display. Alex funneled his psychic power into Charles's abilities, and in their minds, a vast starry sky unfolded. It was the brilliance of life. The grandeur of the soul unfolded against the cosmic canvas. A myriad of stars shimmered, converging into a breathtaking galaxy. The majority gleamed in pristine white, representing the ordinary human populace, while a smaller yet distinctive cluster burned in vibrant red, symbolic of the mutants. Mutants, graced with extraordinary gifts, bore a profound sense of distinction from their ordinary counterparts. Anguish, terror, sorrow, solitude. "My brethren, I shall seek you out. Together, we shall forge a haven, a sanctuary that belongs to mutants. Charles's voice trembled with impassioned sincerity as he connected with the profound emotions coursing through mutants across the globe. Tears brimmed in his eyes, mirrors reflecting the depth of his empathic understanding. So that's why Charles is hailed as the sole sovereign? Alex pondered, his comprehension of Charles's abilities deepening. Charles possessed the remarkable capacity to resonate fully with the emotions of others, perceiving their grief, elation, rage, and trepidation. It's no surprise that Charles will evolve into such a formidable figure in the future. He's not merely a mutant, he stands as a compassionate revolutionary and trailblazer, Alex sighed, moved profoundly by the revelation. However, Alex acknowledged that he was not Charles. While Charles harbored lofty ideals and a nurturing heart, Alex found contentment in staying true to his own identity. Shortly after, Charles opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant smile. I found them. Switching off the brainwave amplifier, he removed the helmet, sharing the euphoric news. I've located them. Many companions await. Fantastic. The group erupted in jubilation. Why delay? Let's embark on the quest to find our kin, Alex proposed, his face illuminated by a jubilant grin. Yes, let's reunite with our brethren. The group ventured forth, their hearts overflowing with genuine happiness, knowing that there were more kindred spirits waiting to be discovered. Chapter 46. X-Men. Las Vegas. Inside a bustling club, Charles and Eric lounged side by side on a bed, surrounded by an air of opulence. A stunning, scantily clad woman walked in, her hips swaying and her expression oozing with allure. 2 people? This requires more money, she declared, eyeing Eric and Charles skeptically. Money? Is it this? Eric nonchalantly waved his hand, coins swirling through the air as if on command. Wow! Cool! The woman's eyes sparkled with fascination as the coins danced. Eric's display impressed her, and she began to undress. Dragonfly wings unfurled from her back, and with a graceful swish, she soared into the air. My name is Dragonfly. I thought. I'm the only one. No, you are not alone. Charles reassured her, projecting his voice directly into Dragonfly's mind. Smiling warmly, he said, Welcome home, Dragonfly. It's amazing. Dragonfly exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. In a rundown room in Old Brooklyn, a masked young man entered through the door. The days when I can't speak are really tragic, he complained, removing his mask and tearing tape from his mouth with a wince. Boom! A powerful sound wave erupted, shattering the table and debris in its path. Oh, damn it! Here again. The young man sighed, frustrated at his lack of control. It's just that you didn't control your power. You have to learn to control, not to escape. A voice echoed behind him. Who? The young man spun around in shock. Another sound wave roared out, causing the young man to cringe in pain. He understood the destructive potential of his ability. A direct hit could shatter internal organs. It's not that easy to kill me. Alex smirked, activating his energy absorption ability, dissipating the sound wave's energy in an instant. Eh? You? The young man stared, bewildered by the man and woman now standing before him. Then, his gaze settled on Raven, her skin transformed into a striking shade of blue. As you can see, Sonic, you are not alone, Alex declared, offering a reassuring smile. Alex beamed and extended his arms towards Sonic, exclaiming, My name is Alex, and this is Raven, my girlfriend. We've got a bunch of companions waiting for you. Welcome home, Sonic. Companion. That's awesome. Sonic enthusiastically shook Alex's hand. Here's Dragonfly. This is Alex, this is Darwin, this is Soundwaves, and this is... In the underground station, everyone converged as Charles introduced the new companions to the group, courtesy of Alex's assistance. Alongside the mutants from the original storyline, Charles had discovered a dozen more thanks to Alex's aid. Welcome home, everyone. The atmosphere buzzed with music and drinks, marking the beginning of a lively celebration in honor of the newfound companions. Alex, I spotted someone rather peculiar. Charles raised his glass, approached Alex, tapped him on the shoulder, and said with a hint of dismay, "I found him in a bar with Eric. He's a very dangerous individual. I can only sense cruelty and destruction emanating from his heart, like a brutal beast." And then? Alex, wearing a knowing smile, looked at Charles, well aware of whom he was referring to. None other than Wolverine. Wolverine. A beloved character from a past life, and now, though no longer portrayed as Wolverine, seeing the real person compensated for that regret. Then? Alex chuckled, anticipating Charles's classic response. Charles shook his head with a wry smile and explained, "I told him we're companions, of the same kind." His direct response was, "Fuck off." Ha ha ha. Alex burst into laughter, confirming his suspicions. Classic Wolverine. I know who he is. He goes by Logan, a guy who's lived for centuries, from World War I to today, even participating in World War II. He's indestructible but seeks death, a perpetual self-destructive force. Alex took a sip of his wine and shared the insight with Charles. Alex, he's dangerous. It's a risk for everyone if we leave him out there. Charles glanced at Alex, expressing his concern. Can you bring him back? Can't you do it easily yourself? Mind control. Just bring him back. Alex, now suspicious, set down his wine glass and scrutinized Charles. You and Eric can easily fetch him, can't you? It's easy to bring him back, but it'll breed resentment. I believe the best way to reach Logan is through understanding. Unfortunately, neither Eric nor I excel in the art of brawling. Charles sighed with a sense of helplessness. End of this thrilling chapter. Chapter 47. Logan, edited. Persuading Logan might be better done through fists than conversation. Unfortunately, neither Eric nor I excel in physical confrontation, Charles remarked with a smile, glancing at Alex. But you, with abilities, can handle it. Charles, so you want me to be a punching bag, Alex quipped, smirking. Well, meeting Logan does pique my interest. Let's go find him. With a grin, Charles and Alex left the underground base, heading towards Wolverine's whereabouts. Alex soared through the air, effortlessly absorbing kinetic energy and surpassing the speed of sound. Touching down outside a quaint pub, Alex pushed open the door, entering the establishment. The ambience was vintage, devoid of raucous heavy metal or frenetic dancing. The few patrons seemed mellow. At the bar, a burly man in a brown jacket sat, engrossed in his own world. He lit a thick cigar, held a high-quality brandy, and seemed oblivious to the surroundings. Hey, Logan! Alex called out, initiating the meeting. Alex confidently approached the bar, tapping on it to get Logan's attention. With a familiar growl, Logan grunted, "Fuck off." His trademark greeting. Oh, Alex raised an eyebrow, then clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Logan's head. There was a resounding bang as Logan was sent flying, crashing into the bar's wall, demolishing a row of tables and chairs. Politeness goes a long way, Logan. Not everyone can tolerate your temper, Alex remarked, smirking at the fallen Wolverine. Logan, however, wasn't one to stay down. Roaring wildly, he leaped up like a frenzied animal, charging at Alex with unrestrained rage. Go to hell. Logan's fists pounded relentlessly, crashing into Alex's head. But instead of dodging, Alex stood firm, absorbing the immense kinetic energy from Logan's punches. Do you prefer reasoning with fists? Well, so do I. Alex chuckled, extending a finger and lightly flicking Wolverine's forehead, returning the absorbed power back to its source. With a resounding bang, Logan was knocked out once again. Oh! Logan groaned, his eyes flushed with anger as he charged up for another attempt. However, with just a flick of a finger, Alex effortlessly sent him flying again. Undeterred, Logan roared and charged, throwing punch after punch, only to be flicked away repeatedly by Alex. After a series of futile attempts, Logan, realizing the futility, turned and decided to make a strategic retreat. Realizing he couldn't win, Logan, not one to act foolishly, chose to run. Oh, you want to run away? Well, not on my watch, Alex quipped, tossing a handful of banknotes to the perplexed tavern owner, who was contemplating calling the police. Taking advantage of the distraction, Alex swiftly exited the tavern. Hello, are you calling the police? What happened? The officer asked the tavern owner. The wrong call. The tavern owner quickly responded, eyeing the stack of banknotes in his hand. Without hesitation, he hung up the police call. "Logan, our conversation isn't over yet," Alex called out, chasing after Logan. As they reached a corner, Logan abruptly turned around, snarling and launching a fist towards Alex, each hand adorned with 3 long bone spurs. Simultaneously, a howl echoed behind Alex, and a massive figure descended from the sky, resembling a tiger pouncing on its prey. It was a robust man over 2 meters tall, with 10 pointed fingers and elongated nails resembling a tiger's claws, Victor the Sabretooth. The two brothers initiated a coordinated ambush, creating a desperate situation with a front and back attack. "Haha, it's useless," Alex chuckled, swiftly kicking Sabretooth as he lunged forward. Seizing the momentum, Alex spun and delivered a powerful punch to Logan's chest, sending him flying. "Logan, run!" Victor yelled, realizing the two couldn't effectively team up. Victor, acknowledging the situation, shouted at Logan to flee. With agile movements, Victor leaped up, using his hands and feet to scale the wall, swiftly making his escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. Jealous Raven, edited. After a satisfying lunch, Charles bid farewell and took a taxi, leaving Alex and Emma alone. Noticing Emma's gaze fixed on him, Alex lightly touched his cheek, asking with a hint of suspicion, "Is there something on my face?" "No," Emma quickly waved her hand, offering a slight smile. She expressed, "I'm glad to have met you today. It's reassuring to know that I'm not the only one in this world with special abilities. Thank you for enlightening me. Goodbye until tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Alex replied with a nod and a warm smile. Emma conveyed her gratitude once more before hailing a taxi and departing. As they headed back to the villa near the school, Raven appeared somewhat unhappy for a while. Alex couldn't ignore her mood and asked, "What's wrong? You've seemed off for a while now. Are you interested in Emma?" Raven's form shifted back to her original appearance, and she walked ahead, muttering to herself, "Emma is more beautiful than me. She doesn't have these disgusting scales and this ugly blue skin. She fits everyone's idea of beauty, and no one would find my appearance attractive." Alex burst into laughter, realizing it was jealousy. He walked up to her and embraced her waist, whispering, "Are you jealous?" Blushing, Raven retorted, "No. Go to your Emma." She pushed Alex away and quickly headed upstairs. "Oh, are you really jealous?" Alex teased, recognizing the playful banter. With more girls entering his life, would Raven succumb to jealousy? It was a fact that Alex wasn't content with just a single romantic interest in this life. While not aiming for a full-fledged harem, he had a few Marvel characters he liked, and he intended to explore those connections. After all, this was his second chance at life, and who knew if he'd get a third. After a refreshing shower, Alex donned his bathrobe and ascended the stairs quietly. Gently slipping into Raven's room, he found her standing before the mirror, delicately touching her skin. "Raven, are you still upset?" Alex inquired, approaching her with concern. Ignoring him, Raven felt a growing unease. In her childhood, she hadn't given much thought to her appearance. But now, with Alex's undeniable charm, she couldn't help but worry about his appeal to other women. Her scaled skin and distinctive blue complexion made her feel self-conscious. The arrival of Emma only heightened these insecurities. Emma embodied conventional beauty standards with her enviable blonde hair, beautiful face, and blue eyes. In comparison, Raven couldn't help but feel inadequate. "Sometimes, I really despise my own ability. I wish it would just vanish and let me return to my original self," Raven muttered, expressing her frustration. "No, you're perfect just the way you are," Alex reassured, sitting next to Raven and offering comforting words. Raven remained unconvinced, expressing, "I don't think so at all. Nobody sees it as beautiful." With warmth in his voice, Alex replied, "Actually, I do," offering a reassuring smile. "Really?" Raven looked at Alex, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Absolutely," Alex affirmed, his words intended to provide solace. However, Raven couldn't shake the doubt as Alex fell silent. Was it genuine reassurance, or was it merely empty comfort? Suddenly, a gentle hand lifted Raven's chin, bringing their faces close together. Soft lips met his, and the scent of cologne enveloped him. It was a moment that lingered in the air, leaving an indelible impression. The following day, Alex rendezvoused with Charles at the coffee shop. Charles, ever perceptive, inquired, "Where's Raven?" "Oh, she's not feeling well. I gave her the day off," Alex replied with a faint smile, masking the events of the previous night. Observing a change in Alex's demeanor, Charles couldn't help but comment, "You seem different today. Something on your mind?" "Perhaps it's just your imagination," Alex responded cryptically, diverting the conversation. Finishing their business at the coffee shop, the duo exited, unintentionally colliding with a mysterious figure in black. While Alex emerged unscathed, the individual on the receiving end took a tumble. As Alex attempted to check on the fallen person, it became apparent that the encounter was a ruse, and the mysterious figure hastily made an escape. Alex soon realized his wallet was missing, prompting a swift pursuit. As he chased the pickpocket, a nagging familiarity struck him. A suspicion that this skilled thief might be more than meets the eye. Recollections of Jessica Anderson, a girl absent from school for over 10 days, flooded Alex's mind. Born into wealth, her life had taken a tragic turn with the mistaken identity of her parents, leading to their untimely demise. Damn it! Alex's expression darkened, realizing the complexities surrounding Jessica. Increasingly convinced that the pickpocket was Jessica, Alex knew he had to confront her. Driven by the need for justice and fueled by the tragic loss of Jessica's parents, he shouted, "Jessica Anderson, don't try to escape. I know it's you." End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Gene Strengthening. They are useless. Let's just proceed with this operation, Eric suggested to Charles, the disappointment evident in his tone. "So be it," Charles replied, his anger lingering as he contemplated the underwhelming performance of the team he had assembled. "You two can go there. I will stay," Alex interjected, turning his attention toward the direction of the office dance party. He smiled, shaking his head at the audacity of the new recruits. "These guys need to be taught. It's really time to teach them well." Eric agreed, emphasizing the necessity of instruction and training. Without guidance, they are just a mob. "All right," Charles sighed in resignation. He looked at Alex and said, "Alex, I entrust them to you. Provide them with a training session. Let them understand what discipline means." "No problem." Alex waved his hand, turned, and headed towards the office prom. Alex entered the office, summoning the mutants with a calculated beckon, hands concealed behind him. He fixed his gaze upon the group of teenagers, a subtle cruelty in his expression. "Charles informed me that you require training. Are you ready?" "Training? We're not agents. We're rebels," one of the mutants nervously protested. Alex, his demeanor taking on a more sinister edge, acknowledged, "Definitely not agents." He nodded, directing his finger at each mutant. "But, don't you wish to control your power? Sonic, a mere word could shatter glass. Hank, your true potential remains dormant. Raven, your capabilities elude you. Don't you think you need training?" "Okay, you've got a point," one mutant admitted reluctantly, fear flickering in their eyes. "Very good." Alex raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and a row of test tubes appeared on the table. He looked at all the mutants and said, "Everyone drips a drop of blood. I must first study it clearly and understand the nature of your abilities. So do the three of you." Alex glanced at his three girlfriends with a hint of sympathy. "Blood drawing? Truly not a pleasant experience," he acknowledged. After a while, a dozen test tubes were handed over to Alex. "Very good. Take a break for now. Once I've thoroughly analyzed your strengths, I'll provide targeted guidance." Alex stashed the test tubes away, then left the office. The so-called analysis involved the system strengthening the gene and returning it to the mutants, a process more cumbersome than Apocalypse's methods. Regarding the so-called 4 Horsemen of Apocalypse, Alex surmised that Apocalypse could only strengthen the genes of 4 individuals at once, whereas there was no limit to the number of people Alex could enhance. Raven, can we trust Alex? The idea that a drop of blood could reveal power characteristics left many mutants skeptical. "There's no one more reliable than my dear. If he says he can study it, he will." No doubt about it, Raven expressed unwavering confidence in Alex. Over their many years of acquaintance, Raven had never known Alex to be incapable. In a room, Alex collected all the genetic samples and divided them into two for absorption strengthening. Half were systematically turned into strengthening agents, with the test tubes labeled with their names. Alex endured the pain of gene integration once again, combining 7 or 8 of them simultaneously. After half a day, Alex gathered everyone in the underground base. I've studied your genetic samples, optimized and adjusted some defects, and strengthened your abilities. Opening a metal box, he revealed neatly arranged test tubes filled with liquids of various colors, products of the system's capabilities. Defects? Optimization adjustments? Ability enhancement? Really? Emma questioned in surprise. Hank blinked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. What aspects did you optimize and adjust? Yeah. What's the deal? Raven chimed in with curiosity. Hank's feet resembled the palms of his hands, and Raven's blue skin was covered with scales, an aspect that deeply troubled them. You'll find out when you try it yourself. Trust me, it will surprise you. Alex smiled mysteriously, offering a hint of anticipation. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Evolutions. Alex confidently plucked a vibrant blue test tube from the carefully arranged box and playfully tossed it to Hank. Here you go, Hankster. This one's tailor-made for you. Hank caught it with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. How does this thing work, Alex? And, any chance of weird side effects? Examining the golden potion in his hand, Hank couldn't help but question its safety. No worries, Hank. Absolutely no side effects. This little gem is to boost your abilities, and trust me, it's as safe as a kitten in a yarn shop. Besides, I wouldn't lie to you. I mean, sure, I could probably take you all out with a single thought, but that's a story for another day, Alex said, flashing a mischievous grin. Trust me, Hankaroo. Raven, not one to be left out, stepped forward, extending a hand to Alex. Where's mine, babe? Don't keep me waiting. Right here. Alex handed Raven a test tube containing a clear, colorless liquid, a sly smile playing on his lips. Just drink up, like it's a potion straight out of a witch's cauldron. Raven, ever the charmer, teased, witch's magic potion, huh? With a dramatic flair, she uncorked the tube and downed its contents in one go. Well. The potion surged through Raven's body like a sudden burst of flames. She grunted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and a pulsating blue light enveloped her before dissipating, revealing her original form. Alex, is she okay? Concern etched Hank's face as he moved to support Raven, but she waved him off. No, really, I'm fine. Better than fine. The discomfort was fleeting, replaced by a refreshing sensation, as if a warm spring coursed through Raven's veins. Oh, Raven, your skin. Surrounding mutants stared in astonishment, their eyes widening as they witnessed a miraculous transformation. Skin. Raven echoed, perplexed. She pulled out a mirror from her backpack and examined herself. Huh? I'm back to normal? No more blue skin. The mirror reflected a fair, unblemished complexion, devoid of the once familiar blue hue. This is amazing. Overwhelmed with joy, Raven turned to Alex. Thank you, dear. With unbridled excitement, she approached Alex, planted a grateful kiss on his lips, and held him close. Alex, smirking playfully, responded in kind. As they parted, he looked at Raven and chuckled. Your changes go beyond just your appearance, honey. Try shape-shifting? You can literally become any one of us, Alex suggested, gesturing broadly as she grinned at Raven. Not just the appearance? Raven questioned. In response, a halo swiftly enveloped her form, transforming her into a perfect replica of Alex. Wow! The onlookers marveled at Raven's flawless imitation, unable to discern any difference. If the genuine Alex weren't present, they might mistake Raven for him. Raven, seizing the moment, playfully waved her hand, causing a metal chair to levitate in the air. Wait, I can use your ability? I've become you and inherited your powers? This is unbelievable. Raven exclaimed in astonishment. That's the ticket. Your true power lies in more than just changing appearances, Alex affirmed with a smile. The Sentinels of the future were crafted using Raven's genes. Essentially, her shape-shifting technique not only altered form but also bestowed corresponding abilities. This incredible feat was undoubtedly attributed to the system's gene strengthening, propelling Raven beyond her initial capabilities. Even as Raven assumed Alex's form, she could only wield magnetic control, lacking full access to Alex's other powers. Can this really happen? Try another one. Quickly, try another one. Excitement rippled through the crowd of mutants, their eyes fixed eagerly on Raven. All right, let's see. Raven turned her attention to Emma, contemplated for a moment, and transformed into her likeness. With a mere thought, her entire body morphed into a diamond-like structure, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the light. Oh my God! Emma gasped, utterly astonished by Raven's extraordinary ability. She glanced at Alex with anticipation, whispering, "My dear, what about mine?" "It's all here." Alex nodded toward a test tube on the table, a sly smile playing on her lips. As mutants eagerly snatched up the potion, Alex watched the frenzy unfold. "Haha, got it." Hank triumphantly raised a test tube filled with the blue potion, tilting it back to pour its contents into his mouth. Oh! In an instant, Hank transformed into a muscular, blue-haired beast. How did I end up like this?" Hank exclaimed, bewildered and nearly on the verge of tears. Wasn't the goal the perfect human form? How did he become a blue-haired beast? End of this chapter.